Has anyone seen Councilwoman Cotton?
This looks like a workshop.
Madam BA, if you see Councilwoman Kind, I'd like to begin the meeting. We have a long agenda.
I know she said that was like the $6,000 was for a party, but they didn't expect. Oh, she said that she's gonna give us information before we vote on the $6,000.
You should do it on the second CD. Go on, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for joining us. I'm gonna start the meeting. We're calling this meeting to order. Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Council President.
On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, August 17, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson, Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Good evening, Paterson. I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
Welcome, everyone. I'm present, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Present.
The roll call is 6 present, 3 absent. Madam President.
Okay. Proceed, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Madam President, this evening, Dr. Lilisa Mims, Councilwoman at Large, will render the prayer, which will be followed by the flag salute conducted by the Honorable Madam President, Maritza Davila.
Please stand.
Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you because this is the day that you have made, and we rejoice and we are glad in it. We thank you because we know Paterson to be the city of righteousness. So God, we pray that every decision that is made, we pray that in all that we do as we unify, spread the love, spread the cheer, and walk in respect and integrity, that we continue to understand and know that Paterson is the city of righteousness. Anything that's wrong shall be right. Anything that's trying to be wrong shall be right, because Paterson is and shall always be known as the city of righteousness. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, please remain standing. We'll have a moment of silence for our troops and any loved one that has gone on, and for all our individual families who have anyone that is sick. Moment of silence. Thank you. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2021-2022. Meeting date August 17, 2021 at 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 on or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021-2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, the Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021-2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021-2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Council members, just bear with us for a few minutes, 2 minutes. Councilman Velez, I believe we have 2 presentations that we will do quickly. Not that, we want to minimize who we are recognizing. We took action on 2 resolutions, but we do have a long meeting today, a long agenda, and I know that we have the public here as well that's, would like to take part as well. So, Councilman Velez.
Thank you. I only know how to work the one where I do karaoke, so. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome everyone to our House of Work, City Business. Today is an honor for me and for Councilwoman Davila and my colleagues to honor a young man. This young man, this individual has been with the city born and raised in Paterson, and we have a lot to say. We want to honor him the way it's supposed to be, and I'm proud to move forward with this resolution, honoring Mr. Juan Santiago for over 35 years of service to the city of Paterson and the community. Mr. Juan Santiago, can you come forward for a minute? Sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez and co-sponsored by Council President Marisa Davila. I'm going to read because it's short, but it's is so powerful when you get to know someone that have worked tirelessly in the city of Paterson. Whereas Mr. Juan Mitch Santiago, let the record reflect that we fight for that Mitch there, to put it there, has been dedicated to the city of Paterson for over than 35 years. And whereas Mr. Santiago is retiring after serving as a supervisor in the city of Paterson Department of Public Work for 16 years, beginning in 2005 into 2021. And whereas Mr. Santiago previously served with the Department of Public Works at several different capacities, beginning in 1985, including as a street and roads inspector and labor and traffic employee. And whereas, in addition, in his service to the Department of Public Works, Mr. Santiago also served as a Passaic County Sheriff Officer from 2000 and 2011. And whereas Mr. Santiago also served as Vice President of the Paterson Board from 2003 to 2005, and a President of the Paterson School Board from 2005 to 2006. Now therefore be resolved in the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson, the great City of Paterson, that the Municipal Council wishes to recognize and honor Juan Mitch Santiago for his valuable contribution and his dedication to the City of Paterson for over 35 years. Ladies and gentlemen. I know what that means. To me, it means to you. And I know you retire, but he didn't retire to go do graffitis out there. He retired to do something good. I had to bring that up. They used to call him Graffiti King. But listen, Mitch, you know, well deserved. Thank you for the service that you give to the city of Paterson and continue doing to the community of the city of Paterson. So we honor you with this resolution, supported by all entire council. And we miss you. We miss you, man. Nah, big foot to fill, right?
It's hard to say that. I'm trying to hold my tears because my father would have really been proud of me today. My stepmom raised me in a certain type of way that I thought it was wrong. But it was the best thing that could ever happen to me. She did her job. Many years ago, my children that is there today, which I have 7 girls and 5 boys. My girls were here fighting for me when I was, many years ago, wrongfully convicted of a crime that I didn't commit. And I was charged for the same crime twice. Only in the city of Paterson, nowhere else you get charged for the same crime twice. There was other individuals that said over my dead body, you would become a cop. Well, they passed away and I became a cop. It's not what they want, it's what God wants.
Amen.
I went from the bottom. I was in the sewer department. I was in traffic. I was in different departments in garbage. I was a can man for 5 years. People were laughing at me. Oh, you're picking up garbage. But I said, but I have a paycheck to feed my children. So I'll pick up the garbage. But many years ago, the city council, certain individuals supported me and was in favor of me because they knew things were wrong. Things has changed. 35 years is a long ride. There's a lot of things I've seen positive, negative. And I knew that what happened to me when I became a cop, a sheriff officer, I always said, not everybody in the county jail is guilty. We have innocent people. And when I became a cop, I promised, I said I would treat people like people. I'm not better than nobody else because I got a gun and a shield. But I want to thank my daughters when they were children. Then now, the adults, Maria, Brian, Mitch, Judy. There's only half of my crew came. Billy, Danny, you always been on my corner. I wanna really thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for this. I've worked under 7 administrations, 7 different mayors. One person that believed in me, may he rest in peace, was always on my corner. And he was the only director that was able to get to me and push me to the limit, was Eddie Cotton. He was a good man. God bless him. God bless all of you. I spoke to some people that said, you're retired. That's a good thing. Now you're good to go. Paterson is finished. This is what they told me. Paterson is finished. The only message I said, it may be finished for you, but I think we still have potential. We could still do certain things. And I'll be running in the next city council at large. Thank you very much. I love you, Velez. We go way back. Maria, Mendez, I love you guys all. If I run at large, I'm not here to, cutthroat. I'm entitled to 1 seat out of 3. I don't think that everybody's gonna be running, but I wanna run a clean campaign. Thank you very much. The only thing that bothers me, I'm gonna say, if we could get funding for different departments, nothing against my fellow brothers, fire department and Paterson Police, if we could get funding for them to get certain equipment, I think we should be able to get certain funding to help my fellow brothers in the Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Madam President, this is yours. I learned a lot from him, not graffitis, okay?
Mr. Santiago, just come around.
Come around. Thank you, Council President. I don't know if family member from Addie Brazley is here.
Who?
Yes, please.
No, he has another.
Huh?
Yes. And I have order in the room. Thank you. This resolution memorizing Addie Brazley. Listen, it's not easy. I live in front of Great Bible Church, and this year I have seen it all. A lot of funerals, a lot of people have viewed their loved members there, but it caught my attention, Miss Brazley, and I know she knew me, okay, real good, and she knew a lot of our council members in the city of Paterson. So I'm honoring resolution memorizing Addie Brazley, and all her contribution, and a lot of people know her as Big Mama, right? So receive this resolution on behalf of the city council, and that's what I said, that people live legacy in the time that they're alive, and they do a lot of things, and we are honoring that legacy to move forward to do the same thing. So on behalf of the council and us, receive that resolution on behalf of us. God bless you. Council President, thank you for family member come around, and we thank you, Council President, for the honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations. Okay. Congratulations.
Blessings. Let's have a seat. Okay, let us, at this time, Madam Clerk, I'd like to entertain a motion for payment of bills.
Move it.
Council President,
Right.
I
Mend-
Right. I'm sorry. My vice president has spoken. Madam Clerk, I need to recuse myself from payment of bills, okay?
Yes.
So, the item was moved by Councilman Mendez, and it was seconded by Councilman Kalik, correct?
I'll second it,
Okay.
Council President.
So, do a roll call. There's no discussion, do a roll call.
Is there any discussion of payment of bills total of $5,205,511.39?
No weight on it?
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $5,205,511.39. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my vote, let's the record reflect that we don't have any payment of bill for Rosalie or Covanta in this payment of bill. And before my vote, I would like to just let all my third ward residents know that at the Finance Committee meeting, I expressed my concern in terms of the same company, Rosalie, Living Route, East 81st, Thursday. The garbage just stay there, and we have this situation every single day in a different area. They leaving some route, and they not coming back at the next day, so the administration knows this, and it's in my hope that they take action. Also, the same situation with recycling, the administration knows the route, and they supposed to go back at the very next day. So if you have those concerns, just keep it out, reach out to me. You could get back to me on my cell phone, 973-930-1436, and I will make sure that the administration will get that information and that the issue get addressed. So my vote is yes for payment of bill, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Payment of bills.
Abstain.
Okay. Councilman Velez?
Payment of bills? My vote is yes.
You voted yes, Madam Clerk.
What was your vote, Councilman?
Yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 abstention, and 3 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $5,205,511.39 hereby adopted.
We'll take the consent agenda right now, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 12 through 37. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call an item on the consent agenda, items 12 through 37. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Before I vote, I just want to congratulate Reverend Givens on being reappointed as a constable. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Reverend Gibbons.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absent. Consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to, Director Powell is here, and he has asked that his items, due to a family situation, so I'd like to entertain first reading ordinance number 9. Madam Clerk, please read it to the record.
Sure. First reading ordinance. First reading ordinance is ordinance for guarantee ordinance of the City of Paterson in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, fully securing the payment of the principal and interest on revenue bonds / project notes for Ward Street Parking Garage in an amount not to exceed $32 million to be issued by the Passaic County Improvement Authority. This is a first reading ordinance by Economic Development.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Mims.
Roll call.
Does anyone have any discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9 for first reading.
Item number 9 for first reading, here's a roll call. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
For first reading, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let the record reflect that that item was discussed on the Economic Development Committee, and as a chairman, I will support it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So as I stated in workshop, this is definitely a benefit when we have a low bond rating in the city of Paterson, that we partner with the county to get the low rate to ensure that when we pay back the bond, we don't pay back as much, and it's always a benefit to the taxpayers. So with that being stated, my vote has to be yes for this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
We need to move project forward. I believe this is a good deal, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
I actually said I wasn't going to really say much, but I wasn't going to say anything about this, but I feel compelled to. This is one of the first projects that came before us, the first entity to receive tax credits, and it is unfortunate that right when they were closing, the pandemic hit and they were not able to close on their loan. I know there's been back and forth with the county, but I'm happy that the county has agreed to be the guarantee along with the city. So I'm looking forward to the project coming forward. It's going to be a new Ward Street project, a new garage that I'm so looking forward to, and that many residents and individuals that go to school right across the street are going to be able to benefit from. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. First reading ordinance is hereby adopted. The second reading will be on the regular meeting of September 14, 2021.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to continue. Just quickly bear with me, council members. I really want to take the economic, I'm sorry? Okay. Madam Clerk, please read into the record on the non-consent agenda, item number 46.
Okay, thank you.
46?
46. That goes with the project
Item
we
number
just-
46 is a resolution of the City of Paterson, County of Passaic, New Jersey, authorizing the payment of a contribution of $2 million from the city's transitional aid for capital projects to the Parking Authority of the City of Paterson in connection with the demolition of the existing Ward Street garage and the construction of the replacement Ward Street garage. This is an economic development resolution number 21444.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Does anyone have any questions on this? I know this went through economic development, and just for the record, not that I need to speak on behalf of the administration, but is my understanding, Madam BA, that you made us aware that we received an additional $4 million of transitional aid, of which $2 million, and want to ask, is that in writing, right? That $2 million would go to assist for the demolition so we can start the project. So Madam BA, just quickly before we take roll call.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. The total amount is actually about 4.7 million. And the Department of Community Affairs sent us an addendum to the MOU this year that allowed us to allocate it as the city desired within certain categories. There are only certain projects that we were allowed to use it on. So the total amount is 4.7, but they were allowed us to decide amongst that. But I do know that the request was specific to the governor's office for the 2 million, and that was taken into consideration when they gave us the total of the 4.7.
Very well. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Council President. Roll call and resolution number 21444. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that with the help of transitional aid, this was to help us with this project. I just want to remind everyone that sometimes when we do receive funding, it's for certain projects, and that's what we have to do it for. And I'm happy that the state saw fit that we needed to do this project, and they gave us this transitional aid. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council President, I'm hopeful that at some point, I know we're in regular, and we possibly don't normally delve off into discussion, but I do think it's worthy, as we're getting all this additional money, there's another $4.something million. Have we received an outline on where the $63 million in COVID is being?
Yes.
We have.
Councilman, maybe I can answer that question outside of here.
Sure.
We had a scheduled meeting.
Okay. All right, very good. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Did you say yes, Councilman?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Today we had a important statutory committee meeting, and we discussed this, particularly $2 million, and this has been lingering since a couple months. Having conversation with the parking authority, you know, I had to commend the hard work of the board of the parking authority, also Tony Perez, the director. You know, he had passion for his projects, also for the city of Paterson. And let me tell you, 15 months from now, you're gonna see a different building in that section. Multi-use building. So I commend the parking authority and the city of Paterson for listening to the recommendation of that board and the park authority director. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absent. Resolution number 21444 is hereby adopted.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item number 11.
Thank you. Item number 11.
Madam Clerk?
I'm getting it, Council President. Item number 11 is a resolution authorizing release, removal, and termination of development conditions and partial release of reversionary interest in deeds to Block 4602, Lots 12, 13, and 14, at or about to the northeast corner of Mill and Ellison Streets in support of the Argus Ellison development. It's an economic development resolution 21:409. This resolution requires public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Mendez, and second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. Oh, you said no? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mims. The public hearing is now open for item number 11.
See no one move to close?
Do I have a second? Okay. Move to close the public hearing on item number 11 by, I'm sorry, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 11.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 11. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed on item number 11.
Okay, I'm going
So-
to, one second, I'm trying to do economic development, so
roll
please
call.
bear with
The
me.
roll call.
I'm sorry,
Roll-
roll call for approval, Madam.
Roll call to approve item number 11, which is resolution authorizing release, removal, and termination of development conditions and partial release of reversionary interest in deeds to Block 4602, lots 12, 13, and 14, at or adjacent to the northeast corner of Mill and Ellison Streets in support of the Argos Ellison Development, Economic Development Resolution 21:409. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
This project was approved prior to. It's a project for grandparents raising grandchildren. It's an amazing project. I'm looking forward to putting the shovel in the ground and moving forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
I just want to say that the individuals or residents that live in the area, please bear with the construction process, and they're working hard and diligent to make sure that the residents in the area find accommodation for parking. So just bear with that project. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President,
Yes.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absent. Item number 11, resolution number 11 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 47.
Okay. Item number 47 is a resolution authorizing a discounted tax lien assignment sale for Block 115, Lot 1, whose street address is 6-34 Percy Street. It's Finance Resolution 21:445.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. Council members, I don't think there's going to be much discussion. This item has been on the agenda on various occasions. It has been through economic development on various occasions. I think that, we moved on with the wishes of the council. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 47 for approval.
Roll call on item number 47 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be very brief, Council President. So I'm very pleased to see this item finally move forward. It's been about 4 or 5 years now. And the only reason why I want to comment is because I see Ms. Rogers in the audience. And being that her home church is right across the street from this 30-year eyesore, this contaminated site, this is an effort to bring it back online, to bring it in full taxation, and to make sure that we remove the eyesore and blighted conditions of that area. So I'm happy that the First Ward on this side of the tracks is going to be getting some attention. And I appreciate that, your support. And thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As our President mentioned before, this item has been on the agenda in multiple occasions. There's not much to discuss anymore, but it's my hope that we could bring this piece of property back into the tax roll. And same thing as Lita Dye was in the 3rd Ward, Madison and 3rd. I'm looking forward to see this item, this land, this area clean and back into the tax roll of the city. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
As someone who has previously lived in the First Ward, it's time that we start doing something to develop the First Ward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
When we start communicating between us and July 1st, Council President stated we need to send a message that we united to make sure that we move the city forward. And I always say that we are ears, eyes, and voice from the community. Councilman Jackson go through that ward every day and listen to the concern of the constituents, you know, and we have to unite in that passion. We all different have passion in our ward, the large has passion for the whole entire city, and I think we are here for the people agenda. Nobody interested in other things, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Thank you very much. Every council member here that represents a ward, Councilwoman Mims, myself, and Rivera are at large, but you have each council member here who represents a ward. Although Councilman Jackson has been getting greatness done in the first ward, there's still so much more done. This specifically has been something that he specifically has been trying to work on for quite some time. And I always say everything happens for a reason, and there's a moment for everything. This is the moment the council is speaking, and I'll say no more. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absent. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. So before we proceed, Madam BA, I see that there is an item here. We've already taken action on 47, therefore, we will be removing 48. So,
Council President, also you had an addendum to the meeting.
oh my God. Madam
We're
Clerk.
supposed to do that
Thank you
first.
very much for that. Hold on.
Thank
So we're removing 48, okay? And Councilman Velez, thank you so much. This is actually something that we spoke in finance, all right? Nothing different than what happened with the Passaic County Fair. There is an item that we do have to, it has to be voted on unanimously, okay? So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to entertain that item to be voted on to today's agenda.
Okay,
And then we're gonna take action.
okay. So then.
Item number 54.
Item number 54. Okay. So this item is a resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, entitled Bazaars for Celebrating Paterson Inc., to conduct a carnival. It's Finance Resolution 21452.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to add this item to the agenda.
Roll call to add item number 54 to the agenda. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I thought this was already on. You said another one?
No, this is we do
Okay.
have on the agenda the actual festival, but this is the bazaar license. So it's
Okay,
like what we did for the county fair.
yeah, okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez? Yes. Councilwoman Mims?
Let me ponder. No, my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
If we're gonna start dunking the mayor in the water, that would be good. Yeah, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
I recuse myself. Yes to be added on, and now roll call for
Okay, roll
approval.
call to approve item number 54, which is a resolution under Paterson Code 129 entitled Bazaars for Celebrating Paterson, Inc., to conduct a carnival. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes,
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
And let me say that they always do a great job. I'm not really sure what it's called, but the drink with the pineapple and whatever's in there, just make
Piña
sure they have that cart at the bazaar. My vote is yes.
Pina colada?
No alcohol.
No alcohol.
Yes, we have.
Councilman Velez.
Well, that pineapple comes from a tradition from the... Listen, let's have fun. We have a whole entire year that our children, the community, had no chance to come out and celebrate, you know, and go to those machines and have fun. You know, this is a special year, so let's have fun in the city of Paterson, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
Y'all know I have to say something, right? All I'm going to ask is please, we know, and I'll be lenient because, you know, this pandemic really hit us hard. So we know we didn't have this event this past year. Moving forward, there's a time frame to put these things in. All right, so I won't call you out. There's no need for it, but please, let us make sure that for next year, this item comes in a timely fashion, okay? So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I announce the votes, I'd just like to get the names of those who motioned and seconded, sorry.
Me and...
It was
Mims.
Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. On that note, let us take item number 53 in the addendum.
Thank you. Item number 53, we're going. Item number 53 is also a resolution authorizing contribution to Celebrating Paterson, Inc. in support of Great Falls Festival. It's Finance Resolution 21:451.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Mendez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for approval of item number 53. Councilwoman Cotton.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Great Fall Festival will take place September 4th, 5th, and 6th. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
We need some unity, we need some love, we need some laughter, and we need that pineapple drink. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
I'll be singing, dancing, whatever you want. We're gonna be there. No? We have to do all that. You have fun. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
I am definitely looking forward to this year's celebration. In 2019, you know, I appreciate the fact that this festival was dedicated to myself as council president, and, you know, having over 25 years then, I believe, at working for an institution and so much. So not just because of that, but just because it's, like Councilwoman Min said, it's something that is needed for our community to come together. And obviously we'll do it right, social distancing in terms of, you know, I mean, who social distances in a festival per se, but let us be careful and use masks and so forth. So with that said, my vote is yes for approval.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Who they
No,
gonna dedicate it
53.
this year?
That was 53.
53, yeah. Item number 53 is hereby adopted, sorry.
Thank you very much. So I know that I'm going around and I'm going to be starting the public portion soon, but there's certain items that I want to be mindful of everyone. But, you know, on Tuesdays, it becomes very difficult for our employees, directors who are here from 8 o'clock in the morning and sometimes have to wait till, you know, midnight, 11:30. I always say, if I have to be here, you do too, but I'm being mindful as some do have some family matters that need to attend to. So, you know, I'm trying to do as best with our directors. So I'm at this time going to take
Council President.
item on the non-consent 51 and 52. I believe that we have to do 52 first, right, Madam BA?
That is correct.
All right, so let us read it into the record, item 52 first, then 51. Madam BA, if you can quickly, as this is an item that was in our workshop, but because of the timing, you all allowed me to go ahead, move forward, and move it into the agenda, but that's why I put it on non-consent. So I just want you to quickly, briefly, okay, mention what it is, because I doubt that any council member here will say no to this.
Yes,
So
thank
read it into the record, please, Madam Clerk. Item number 52 first.
Item number 52 is a resolution addressing the proposed private donation of certain physical fitness equipment and installation of same at Pennington Park, St. Joseph's Medical Center, and to authorize 1, the acceptance of donated goods and services, and 2, an entry agreement with the contractor who shall perform the services. It's a Public Works Resolution 21:450.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Mendez and Velez. Madam Clerk, if you can quickly just state what this item, did you want to second it as well? Okay, because she's getting ready to explain
Okay.
what it is. Okay.
Sure, thank you, Council President. These two items are for the city to accept a donation from St. Joseph's Hospital to create a fitness zone in Pennington Park. And the mechanics of it is that the St. Joe's is actually going to give us cash for us to purchase the items. So 52 is to accept the cash as well, both for the items itself and for the installation, and enter into an agreement to do that. And then 51 is for the city to go out and purchase using our state contract.
Thank you very much. If anyone doesn't have any questions, I'd like to roll call on item 52 for approval.
Council President,
Councilman Velez?
is this, okay, we accepting the money, but I see 19,900 that is to pay to the company that's going to be, I believe, General Recreation.
Right, that's going to be item 51.
Do we certify those funds when it comes in?
It's not being, it's a donation from St. Joe's Hospital.
Total donation.
I know, but if you look at whereas St. Joseph will make a further kind of contribution, say equipment but directly engaged in the general, oh, so on
So
top
that-
of they're gonna put 19,1, okay.
So they're paying
All
for
right,
the
I
installation.
got you. I wanna make sure that we got there. Thank
Roll
you.
call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 52. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I want to take this time to thank St. Joseph Hospital for this donation, especially now with COVID. People, they want to be more active. They want to be able to exercise outside in a public park, and I'm excited to hear this, and I will definitely be Councilman Hinckley personal trainer, since everybody knows that I love fitness, so Councilman, get ready for that. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
Well, I'll sit on the side and eat Krispy Kreme donuts. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
St. Joseph's is getting good with us. That's a good thing. Hopefully, we could do this on winter, but you're gonna be there on winter, so on winter time, I will go into my gym. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
I want to thank once again St. Joe's Hospital. You know, this definitely was part of the plan, the Parks Plan, and the fact that they were there when the Parks Plan was revealed. Councilman, you know that we've been part of getting that together. You know, I appreciate what they're doing for the community, what they've been doing, and what they will continue to do. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Item 51.
Item number 51 is a resolution authorizing an award of a contract to General Recreation, Inc. for the purchase of fitness equipment under New Jersey State Contract 16, Fleet 00130 for the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 21-449.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Kalik and second by Councilwoman Mims, Velez, and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 51 for approval.
Roll call on item number 51 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
This is part of our item 52, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I know he's leaving with a smile, but that's okay. Director Billy Rodriguez, thank you for moving this forward as we speak, as a committee working hard for that. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
I haven't voted yet, Director. So, Director, this is to you, all right? I know that you've been working on this, all right, and you did your due diligence, all right? Once this is approved, I'd like to, roll with it quickly. Let us not wait, all right? I'd like to see this ASAP. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. At this time, it is 8 o'clock. Madam Clerk, please collect the, we're going to open up the public portion. Do you have the list?
Yes, I have the
Very
list.
good.
There are 13 speakers for the public portion.
Okay, so, hold on a minute. Hold on.
That's the only one on first reading left over.
No, Councilman, is that fifth or is that
That's the loading zone for Grand Street.
Yeah, so, Mr. Record, let me just take one item, just one item. Madam Clerk, can you please read into the record for first reading, item 10? Let's do that.
Item?
10. Item number 10.
Number 10.
Yes, Council President. Item number 10 is a first reading ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on Grand Street between Mill and Jersey Street. It's for Public Works.
So move.
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 10.
Roll call on item number 10, Councilwoman Cotton.
It's first reading.
It's first reading.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
This loading zone is extremely needed on that section, and it's my hope that that we could definitely force the law and leave that loading zone open for commercial vehicles that are doing delivery constantly for the business on that area. So I'm in full support of this. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
This loading zone had been there for many years. We put in paper in order for make sure that be legal and moving forward. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
So that is correct. That loading zone has been there for quite some time. What the unfortunate thing was that we couldn't find the paperwork for it. So now we can legally have the paperwork, and I know that there's quite a few entities, businesses that are there now legitimately we will be able to say this is your loading zone.
Official.
Okay, officially. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading is for September 14th, 2021 at the regular meeting.
Council President, before you move on, I had to correct the statement that I just did. It was there for many years, but the resolution for that year, about 20, 25 years, never was found. So we had to do a new resolution, a new ordinance to make sure to support any enforcement that comes back and there's paper trail on it. So that's why I had to clarify that.
Chief,
I think there's some.
He's
you
good.
have 2 items, right? I'm sorry?
Item 49.
Yeah, that's the only one left, right? Yeah. Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I lied. No, item number 49.
Okay. Item number 49 is resolution authorizing the award of contract to T&T Construction Group LLC for the Union Avenue Firehouse roof replacement bid number 21.11 for the fire department, fire resolution 21:447.
Move it.
Second, third, whatever.
Moved by Councilman Kalik and second by Councilwoman Mims and Mendez.
Oh, we got the same voice, but we sing different.
Ooh.
What did you just say?
Ooh.
We got the same voice, but we sing different.
Let me sing.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Didn't know about
On
that.
item 49 for approval.
Roll call on
like
item
that.
number 49 for approval, Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to say that our fire chief is really good. He works hard. He's so transparent with all of us all the time. And he comes back to the table with everything. And I got to say that about you, Chief McDermott. I've been around for 9 years and I had different people. And I can truly say that about you. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
You are the best. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez,
Now that we become a first-class city, I hope we could do new firehouse around, and we're talking about infrastructure, so I think we should get money for a new firehouse in different ways. My vote is yes.
thank you, Councilman. Council President,
Chief, because you do the job and you do it right, most of the time you get unanimous support. I want to thank you for always doing what's right. I want to thank you. I don't know how you do it, but when it comes to your budget, you seem to always find a way of reducing it, with minimal. All right. Councilman Velez is correct by saying that, we are now a first-class city. There's a lot of monies that will be coming into public safety. And, I look forward to continuing to have that collaboration amongst the administration and the council. So with that said, and congratulations once again to the 23 new firemen because there's no women, firemen who graduated yesterday. My vote is yes.
thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. The public portion is now open.
Thank you, Council President. First speaker for the public portion is Mr. Ernest Rucker. Please state your name and address for the record.
Council President,
I'm
I think
sorry.
today
I'm sorry.
you should start from the back of the list.
It's on now.
Okay, so my apologies, Mr. Rucker.
No problem.
If you can please stop the timer. Mr. Rucker has requested additional time, and I will grant it. Please understand, for those that this is your first time here, the public portion, when you are called, it is 3 minutes. You state your name and your address. And I will say this to you, because of the agenda, we still have quite some more items on the agenda. I'm only going to entertain Mr. Rucker's extension. So at this time, Madam Clerk, please
How
start.
much are you granting him?
I am granting him 5 minutes. Okay, so Mr. Rucker?
Madam President, thank you. I had made a promise to myself that I was going to change the way I present myself to this council. But like always in life, those promises can't always be made and can't be kept. I saw a video on Facebook done by Mr. Ledesma, I believe, Mrs. Ledesma, whatever it is. What happened in that video, and I'm very, very concerned about this, the Councilman Mendez knows that there's bad blood between himself and Mr. McCoy. Mr. Ledesma pressed charges about 9 months ago for harassment, named Mrs. McCoy, Mr. McCoy, and I don't know how the hell I got named, but I got named as well. I look forward to seeing him in court because there was another gentleman from this town, or at least worked in this town, Mr. Serrano, that charged me with 67 counts of harassment, and I whipped that behind all the way back to Texas where he moved to. So I want to let you know what happened on Sunday does need an explanation. Mr. Mendez, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you.
Mr. Rucker, if I may, just
Through the chair.
address, do
Well,
not,
I don't have to name him, but I'm going to say what I have to say about him. I do have that First Amendment right.
Yes,
But
you do.
let me say this. What happened at the park was a plan. It was a plot. You take out charges on people for harassment, but you want to be in their presence. It was a trick. The film was cut off. The only part of that film you saw was the part where he was being chastised for smacking a woman's hand down and twisting her around where she hurt her leg. And that woman's here tonight. She's much nicer than I am. We're tired of this gutter type of politics that is bred here in this town. And you don't have to make notes, sir, because I'm not going to wait for your answer. I'm telling you, you lied when you went on and did a press conference and said the Honorable Bill McCoy was drunk. Everyone at this council, everyone in this city knows Bill McCoy don't drink. You're a liar. You're a liar. No, you were not welcome. You was welcome in the park, but you was not a welcome there because of the stuff that you and Ledesma has done. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be working on September's first court appearance, where they're going to let you know where you're going to jail, how you're going to jail, or the plea agreement. That's what you should really be working on, not walking around in places. Don't stop shaking your head. I'm not finished. You can shake in a minute. This is my time. You're an embarrassment to call a man a drunk that you know don't drink. You know he doesn't drink. But you do everything sensational. You know, how many times have I not broken up some of your press conferences because you were lying? Just like when you stated that this process, the election process, was disenfranchising Latinos. How about the blacks and the other brown people in this community that was disenfranchised?
Mr. Rucker, stop
Stop
for a
time.
minute. Stop the time for a minute. Mr. Rucker, let us be mindful and careful of certain, there is a process for everything, and we all know that right now everyone deserves process, due diligence, right? Everyone deserves their time. So if you're coming here to speak, you can express yourself. You
Which
have
I'm going to
freedom
do.
of, right? But you're not entitled to facts, right? You're entitled to your opinion, but facts are facts. So let us
Well,
right now not get into
Madam
the
President,
legal.
I respect that.
I'm respectfully asking you to please not do that.
No, well, what I am going to do, though, because this is within my right and scope, under the First Amendment, and we need to start understanding something.
Yes, and you have.
We have to be able to allow people to express themselves
Yes,
if you
you
like
can.
it or not.
You can,
Okay.
but what you can't
All
do is name, don't leave, say you're
Well,
discontent, but don't mention
I would have
the
done
names.
that if this young man didn't do a press conference and tell a blatant lie.
Okay.
So let me go continue. Please start my time. The worst thing in the world is for us to elect, or some kind of way a mayor comes into our midst that is playing the games that this man is playing now. We're corrupt enough. We're corrupt enough. Mr. Ledesma worked for the city of Paterson.
No names.
You know why he was terminated. He was working your campaign during working hours. Why didn't you tell that at your press conference? But for you to say Bill McCoy was drunk, maybe you were drunk. Maybe that's what you really want to discuss. I know I'm upsetting you, and I'm purposely doing it. And that smile on your face proves to me I just hit a good nerve. But I will definitely enjoy, because I know you're going to bring Mrs. Ledesma with you, or he's going to bring you with him to court. Stop playing these games. Now, what you said, Council President, you're right. Everybody's the due process. That wasn't my statement. I said you should spend more time working on your case and stop making up these events as you go on. I'm tired of it. and the Jamaican community that you claim that is so in love with you are tired of it too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam, I'm sorry, next speaker.
The next speaker, Madam President, is Ms. Shanita Davis. Shanita Davis?
Yes,
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Shanita Davis, 13 Van Houten Street, the Condon Mills Apartments. We're here representing with the problem with the parking. We were displaced, and we were told that we had to park in DeClassico Park parking lot. There's been, even just within the last 2 weeks, there's been many instances where people are being followed to their cars, being told they have to pay to park because a person was actually blocking the parking lot because they wanted money. On Saturday, on the weekends, there is no parking, so I parked on the street and I received a ticket that I was told they can't do anything about it. We were also told before this situation happened that if we had a parking pass and we parked on the street, we would not get ticketed by parking at the meter. I was ticketed and so were some other people. That's two things. The third thing, we have Nicholas here, which I actually took his time to speak. His catalytic converter was taken out of his car in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, you were not signed up to speak?
I did. I signed up, yes.
Yes, she signed.
I'm on the list.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry.
He was late, so I'm speaking for him. Somebody stole his catalytic converter out of his car in the DeClassico parking lot. And he has to pay for that. I'm a single parent. I have to call my sons to come meet me in the parking lot so that I can walk home. It's unfair. And it was not vetted to us what the situation was going to be. The whole building primarily are single parents. It's unfair to us. We weren't told that we were going to have to be displaced and move somewhere else and park 3 and 4 blocks away from our home. I also have another situation that I wanted to address, and I just spoke with Director Billy about it. He told me to speak on that today. It wasn't my plight today, but the corner of 37th and 11th Avenue, they need a stop sign. They need a stoplight because that is Route 4 on the other side. My mother lives right between 37th and 38th on 11th Avenue. Last summer, I had a barbecue at her house. A car hit another car, and the cars were on fire. My mother, myself, and some other people that were at our barbecue pulled those people out of the car. They constantly have accidents on that corner. And my mother has adopted 2 kids and have small children that live there, and and all the other kids in the neighborhood, they fly up that block like they're on the highway. So they need a stop sign. Okay? Thank you.
I normally do not do this, all right, because there is no rebuttal once you speak, and I let everyone here know we want to roll with the public portion, but I am going to say this because we actually had a statutory meeting, okay, where we had the different entities, and we did have the director of the parking authority, and I was actually very specific in asking a question about what was going on, because there are items that we are approving, all right, that is going to you're going to have a better place to park. And what was specifically told to the committee was letters were sent out to each tenant, letting them know that they were going to be relocated, and just for a time frame till the breaking ground of Argus Mill and so forth. And so I know that you're coming before us. Mm-hmm. We had a meeting with the entity. The complaints go to the parking authority. You could let us know, right?
We did that.
Okay. So I don't want you to think that we'll be dismissive, just that if there's a process in terms of what they had to do to let you know that you would be misplaced for a certain time.
We received letters in July.
I
came off vacation and I had to move my car across. So that's not ample time, that's not even giving us consideration when it's going to affect multiple people. There should have been talks.
I said there was no rebuttal.
Okay,
I'm allowing, I don't want you to think I'm being disrespectful, but this is the way the
it's
meetings
fine.
are conducted.
Council
But I am
President.
going to
Council
say,
President.
1 second.
Yeah.
One of the things I will say, in that meeting that we had today where Councilman Velez is the chair, okay, and obviously Councilman Jackson is the first ward councilman, all right, there's been conversations, and one of the things that was suggested was maybe taking some of the parking meters, right? But with that said, just understand, if those meters are taken out, anyone can park there. So you'll have some people come and park and then think that they can stay there, and then you're trying to come home and be closer. So I know that in the city there is a lot of issues in terms of parking. We're trying to make it better. We're trying to build. This council is trying to approve more garages. So I know that you're not going to be happy, and maybe the other entities that are here, individuals, concerning this situation. But I think that we are definitely, with Councilman Jackson, we're going to see that we come up with a solution and talk to the administration and the director to see, maybe more lighting, okay? Maybe security, all right? Maybe we need to get security there, that's specific to the area where you've been dislocated to, all right? I'm gonna just quickly, please, I said that we were not going to, if I didn't allow Councilman Mendez actually to rebuttal, I think we're gonna move forward, and then I'll allow you, please, Councilman. I didn't allow Councilman Mendez to rebuttal, so I'm gonna.
Just hang around
No,
until
no, no.
the answer is correct. Later on, we
Listen,
answer.
I need to, council members, I need to be fair to all. Councilman Mendez asked me to rebuttal the first speaker, and I said no. So with that said, I'm not going to allow anyone else, so.
That was a different tone. That was a different tone.
But what I'm gonna ask.
And I'm not gonna say, I don't come to these meetings.
Okay.
I don't involve myself, but I wanna say this. You telling me I can't speak after you speak, but you brought up different points. So I should be able to say what needs to be said.
Okay,
Because
so,
it's unfair,
so ma'am,
very
okay,
unfair.
no, it's not
I'm
about
done.
it.
You had your time,
It is
and I had mine.
right. There's just for the TV land out there. Just understand the process, and I know many of you that have been to this chambers understands that in terms of the public portion, once the individual, and it is up to the ma'am.
I'm gonna leave, but I'm gonna say this to you. You said I can't rebuttal, but then don't speak back to me. Because I'm an adult and I have conversation. Don't speak back and tell me what you're doing
Ma'am,
when I know
wasn't
nothing
speaking
was
back.
done.
Ma'am,
Nothing was done.
Ma'am, I was not speaking back to you, just so you know. I was trying to clarify and give you some information and say that you're gonna have
You can't
council
clarify
members
something
here.
after it happened. Clarity should be done before.
Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. The next speaker is Ms. Kamisha Rogers.
Good
Please
evening,
state your
everyone.
name. Please state your name and address for the records.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kamisha, and my address is 20 Mill Street. I'm here in support of my fellow neighbors on Van Houten. I am part of Condon Mills Tenant Association. I don't actually live in Condon Mills, but I do live in the sister building on 20 Mill Street.
Councilman Jackson, we don't have quorum. Keep going.
Okay. And so I think it's so rude when the council people get up during public portion, because we come to talk to you guys, and I never understand the empty seats when people are talking, but that's another thing. But anyway, so I wanted to address the parking situation that's happening. I did hear Councilman Velez state that, for us to be patient with what's about to happen. But I do think it's very important when we are approving, I guess I should probably address this to Ms. Long in regards, because she's representing the administration. When we are approving these plans, we really need to consider the residents that live in these areas. And I know that for my neighbors where we live, you guys know this is right off of 19. We know that there's a lot of homeless, a lot of drug addiction there, a lot of vagrants. It's so much going on in that area. And so when my neighbors have to move and walk further without protection, without proper lighting, with people that feel like they're entitled to your money, to your space, to your time. And so I think when we're approving these plans, whoever's on these planning boards that the mayor is appointing, maybe they should come to our neighborhoods. I don't know where they live, but maybe come and stay where we are for a little while and see the things that we have to deal with. Because this parking situation is just a small entity of what we deal with in that area. And this is the historic Great Falls area. We're talking about where Great Falls is. This is where the new park is being done for our autistic children. We're putting a lot of attention on these things that make popular for TV, but we're really not getting into the meat of it when we're talking about how it inconvenience our neighbors, our residents. These are people who live here. I say this all the time. We live here. We work here. We worship here. Our children go to school here, but we're not considered. We're not respected when you guys make these plans. And there's no way that you guys really thought about this plan. If you were really thinking about the neighbors and the people that live in this area, you guys would have done a better job at that. So I just wanted to make sure I say that. And since I have a few seconds, I wanted to bring up what's going on in regards to our Paterson Recreation summer camps. Listen, I understand that these camps are free, but that doesn't mean we just give our kids anything because it's free, all right? We have a lot of people in here who are disenfranchised, who don't have money to send their kids to camp, and they do rely on these free camps. With that being said, we should do everything at a level of excellence, especially when it comes to our children. So for when someone tells me, oh, well, these camps are free, it's really not free because the taxpayers are paying for it. And so when our children have to go to these camps that are outside, these are parks that are not being maintained, that are not suitable. Would you bring your child there? Ask yourself that. Would you let your child go to Montgomery Street Park for a camp? Would you send your child to Roberto Clemente Park? That tells you how desperate and how much these people need this resource. And so we should make sure for the administration and for whoever's in charge of recreation and DPW, make sure that we're giving these kids the best as we would our own children. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Thank you. Madam BA, I'm sure you took notes of everything, okay? Thank you. Next
Our
speaker,
next
please.
speaker is Ms. Paula Alford.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm here.
Please state your name and
Paula
address for the
Alford.
record.
I live at 13.5 Congdon Mills, 13.5 Van Houten, Congdon
Thank
Mills.
you.
I'm here representing the tenants at 13.5 Congdon, 20 Mill, 21 Mill, and now Phoenix and Essex Mills in this matter. Really was hoping not to have to address it. But tenants have been coming to my door. Tenants have been sending me videos. I have a tenant, apartment 207 on 813. She was approached by a vagrant as she tried to enter the lot, lot 7. He would not let her enter until she gave him money. She left. She went and parked on the street and woke up to the next day to a ticket. Have a Brenda, apartment 515, followed back to the building by a vagrant from the parking lot. Scared. Have Marsha, she lives in Phoenix Mills. She has a disabled son. She has to have family members meet her at the parking lot because she too was approached by vagrants. I have Samantha Bryant, who lives in apartment 214, who a vagrant popped out in between the cars when she parked. Our building is consisted of 90% of women with children. We don't have men really in our building. We look out for each other. We stand up for each other. We support each other, which is why I'm here. I am in support of the Argus Ellison project. I remember about almost 2 years ago when this came to light, thought it was a great project and still do. This isn't about the project. This is about the what's happening because of the project. I know for a fact no one ever came to these people and asked them what they felt about it or what happy medium they could come to. Just made a decision for them. We're going to put them over in that lot. And while Councilman Velez says, let's be patient, I find that to be a little like, because this project is almost a year overdue. So it was supposed to start last year. So that means there was a whole year of planning that did not happen for us. So I'm affected by it. I'm one of those people that have to park in the lot. We usually go in groups. And it has affected my quality of life that now I won't leave the house if I don't have somebody to walk back with me. So I just find it absolutely amazing that we take the time to do traffic studies for projects. We take the time to meet with architects. These little things, they're not little. They are meticulously strategic plans. But this part of it, which is probably the least strategic, didn't happen. And I just want to know why. I spoke with Tony Perez. I was the person that went and sat with him and spoke to him about the meters. We're in a residential neighborhood with commercial meters. So my question is, you have some of the women who are now scared to park in the lot and they park on the street and they get a ticket. Or you're saying another piece that isn't fair, after 8 o'clock, the gates are up. The general public can park in this lot for free that we have to pay $50 to park in. And then we get there and there's no parks. We park on the street and then we get a ticket. That's called predatory practice. The same practice that you create is creating you income. I ask you all to please in the future, whatever projects come before you, think of the residents. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Saeed Elatab. Please state your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Saeed Elatab, and I'm from Paterson, 969 Main Street. I want to talk about the drugs and the marijuana. I live in South Paterson. Consider South Paterson is good neighborhood. A couple of days ago, there was some kind of shooting, violent shooting. One kid died, and another kid got wounded, injured. And this happened next block to my house. And like a war zone, like gun, machine gun, they're fighting. And was violent and was very scary at night, in the middle of the night. So all the cops came and they investigated what's going on. But end up one case got killed. I think was fighting over territory for drugs. Yesterday night, I was going outside of my house like 12 o'clock, and I saw young kids like 18-year-old laying down. I don't know if he's still alive or die or overdose. So he's almost like completely dead. I don't know, he's not dead, but he's like completely overdosed. So I have to call the ambulance. The ambulance came and took them. And this kind of violence, I live in my neighborhood, I see it every day. And this violence happened because we have easy access to drugs, not just to drugs, to marijuana. And I will go and say again that marijuana is the gateway to drugs. So we have a problem, we already have a problem called drugs addiction and people overdose and violent and gun and shooting. Now, after they legalize marijuana, our problem is going to be increased. The kids, they're going to have easy access to marijuana. I know one of my sons told me how much money costs you to have a pleasure every week from marijuana. He said $200 every week I have to spend to get a pleasure from marijuana, like $800. So I have my son, he's addicted to marijuana, and he have to spend like almost $800 every month. He's not working, he's not capable to work because he's always in a marijuana mood. He's not capable to become a normal human being as a kid. Like you grow up, you want to grow up as a kid, you have to have normal life. He doesn't have a normal life. He cannot adjust as a normal human being. He's always in his mind the marijuana to smoke. So we have a problem to deal with our kids. They are addicted to marijuana. Now with everything become legal, so he have okay, everything is legal. No, so leave me alone. Don't bother me. And we see our children, they grow up in
Thank you.
a normal way.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yes.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Roed O'Day. Please state your name and address for the record.
Raed Ode, 34 Wilman Ave in Clifton. Good evening, councilwomen, councilmen. I'm also here to talk about the same issue, the cannabis issue. This is my 5th time being here to talk about this issue. I just want to add more to what Saeed have said. And also I wanted to talk about the unfactual information that I was accused by the council president in one of my last time being here. I've been working on a drugs issue, as I said last time, for more than 30 years in my community, and we have witnessed a lot of death. And on most of these deaths related to drugs. And most of these related death is related to also marijuana. That's what the study says, and we have explained that before. And that's what most of the study says. So that's the data that I seen, that's the data that I have studied, that's the data that I searched for, and I couldn't find otherwise. So I was wondering if Council President have a different data to tell me if my information is not factual or not. Living and also working in Paterson for all these years, we have done a lot of our own study about the drugs. One of the mayor's employee one day last year went on social media live and said, because they got a grant from the state to fight drugs. She said that we have 12 overdose every 2 hours in the city of Clifton. 12 overdose. So when you multiply the number, you're talking about 144 person overdose every day. When you do the percentage of death, which is 15 to 20%, you're talking about a 20 to 30% die from overdose every day in Paterson. But where is this number? Who knows about this number? My information maybe is not factual. Who has the right number? I have sent somebody myself who's also an official. He's in a law enforcement, to the health department and also to the police department to search the numbers of death from drugs every month in Paterson. Mrs. Council President, do you know the numbers of the death from overdose every day or every month or every year in Paterson? If you don't, would you mind working on this, please? Because in the end of the day, you will know more if marijuana will benefit us or will destroy the next generation. Thank you.
It's sad once again, council members. I'm sorry to the audience. You're entitled to your opinion, but not facts. I just had a doctor text me, and I feel compelled to just say this. Most medical experts agree that while marijuana can have negative health consequences, it's unlikely to cause death. The psychoactive effects of marijuana can be concerning, but not necessarily harmful. It is sad that some people come here and just speak to speak because they want to sound good or they like the way they hear, but they're not speaking with facts. Please do not take everything that is said here to be factual. With that said, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Miss Althea Hilton. Ms. Hilton, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Althea Hilton, and I live at 120 Carbon Street.
I'm sorry, where?
120 Carbon Street.
Harvin?
Carbon. I wouldn't mind taking off my mask, but could I spray the mic, or can I do that? If you cannot hear me, I'm able to spray? Oh.
Carbon Street. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
May I spray the mic so I can take off my mask, or?
Is there a disinfectant?
We can have a disinfectant. The only thing is, if you turn it off,
I don't want to turn it off. I'll just, that's
oh, okay, okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burrell. Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please start the clock? Okay.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Althea Hilton, and I live at 120 Carbon Street. I am here on behalf of the Bill McCoy Foundation. First, I would like to acknowledge the mayor in his absence, the council, and the leaders and residents of our industrious, historical, and diverse city of Paterson. On behalf of the Bill McCoy Foundation, I would like to thank all residents and the city officials who attended and supported the Bill McCoy Foundation's annual Jamaica Day Saturday Festival and Sunday Gospel Concert on August 7th and August 8th. The vendors, performers, and volunteers were awesome. We are grateful and we appreciate you. To those participants and residents who came out to celebrate, fellowship, and show genuine support, and I repeat, genuine support, we're equally grateful for you and we appreciate you. We are determined that each year the Jamaica Day events will continue to improve while we endeavor to unite this city as we celebrate the independence of a progressive country known for its prominent history and influence across the world, Jamaica. On behalf of the great visionary of this meaningful and inclusive event, we reiterate our pledge and pleas reflective of our Jamaica national anthem, which states, "Teach us true respect for all. Steer response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever." As we stand on our faith and after continuous prayer and supplication through godly wisdom, we have determined not to respond to the lies, false narratives, and fake news that has been put forth in the media. Those issues are in the hands of the proper authorities. Councilman, Elder, Honorable Bill McCoy, today, as you celebrate your birthday with your hardworking and devoted family, including your beautiful wife, Missionary Brenda, your children, Missionary Tiffany, Officer Matthew, and Carrington, may our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ, continue to grant you true wisdom from above on this noteworthy birthday that you share with none other than the Honorable Marcus Garvey himself. We are confident that you will continue to stand on justice and truth. In concluding, now, in the name of justice, brotherhood, and peace, God bless you all, and good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
Good evening, members of the City Council. First, I want to make mention, I'm sure it's probably done already.
Name and address.
Please, your name
Oh,
and-
y'all don't know me by now? I'm the guy with the black hat.
For the record.
Oh, for the record, Corey Teague, the guy with the black hat, 65 Prince Street. I just wanted to first, so I'm sure it was already done, but I just wanted to reiterate the fact that I was very saddened to hear about the passing of Nellie Selly. That was a pillar, and I don't mean to sound, what you call it, cliche-ish, but she was really a pillar of this community. And I don't think, even to this day, that a lot of Paterson residents really understand the depth of the importance that she meant to this community. And I'm sure as you begin to read and really see the things that she was involved of, because she wasn't very, what you call it, she wasn't commercialized. She didn't put all of her stuff out there. When you really learn and understand the things that she brought to our children, especially in terms of education, you'll understand just how important she was to us. I also want to speak on something very positive tonight. I'm here to congratulate the city of Paterson on reaching the milestone in terms of the census, becoming a first-class city, or a city of the first class, which we always were, in my opinion, despite we have a lot of things that we need to improve, but that's everywhere, to be honest with you. With that being said, I was reading a couple of news articles. One was from Channel 11, and there was a statement at the end by the mayor where he alluded to the point that now with the additional funding, we'll be able to ensure that classrooms are not overcrowded, and we'll be able to work on the infrastructure. And I'm just wondering, is that a sincere statement? Is he really trying to sit down with the school district to find ways to build more buildings or expand the buildings, or is that just a political ploy? Is that something, because really that's not anything to play with. We are really dealing with a serious issue when it comes to the overcrowded classrooms in our buildings. Right now, we have so many parents that are quite frankly adamantly against sending their kids back because they're afraid of everything that's been going on. And they're also afraid of the actual distance between the students in the classrooms. I get phone calls every day about it. So if this is really something that he's interested in doing, and if it's something that the council is all right with approving, is there any way that the school board and the city council could sit down and kind of look at that and how that would be framed? You know, you might as well start working on it now. I know the funding's not going to come right away. I know how that works. The state likes to play their games. The federal government, you know, they give you all kinds of hoops to jump through. I get it. I understand that. But can't we at least just sit down and go over a framework for what that might look like? Since he put it out there and he's letting the news know that we're going to work on the school's infrastructure, and we're going to make sure that the buildings and the classrooms are big enough, and we're going to work to decrease overcrowding, I believe in making sure that your words become deeds that meet needs. I'm big on that. So let's sit down and let's really map this out. Even if it has to be a preliminary thing, let's map it out and let's see where we're at with it. Also want to give a shout out to the birthday guy today, Councilman Bill McCoy. He's also celebrating his birthday along with the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And so I just wanted to make sure I give him a shout out. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Duran. Please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Duran.
How y'all doing? This is Elvis Dorm, 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. Today, I come in peace. On a positive note, just want to say thank you to the City Council for y'all vote for the parking garage. I'm very looking forward to the new parking garage that's about to get built, and it's going to be a benefit to the downtown area. The downtown Paterson, New Jersey. A lot of things is about to change in the downtown area. New stores is about to come. That means new revenues, new people from different cities, from different towns. And I just want y'all to know that because I need for y'all to be prepared, take notes, work with the director of the downtown area so we could be able to have a better downtown, like Newark, like Jersey City. We deserve better, you feel me? I also want to say Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Production is back. Some of y'all know, some of y'all new council people don't know. My production been around for over 25 years. I just want to say thank you to Councilwoman Ruby Cotton for stopping by to the center. I also want to thank Council President Marissa Dario, always supporting us 150%, along with Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Also, Councilman Addis Mendez, always supporting us. Just want y'all to know that we back. We in partnership with different ministries. We also in partnership with Famous Ink Records. We're about to do amazing things in the Passaic County area, not just Paterson. On the 22nd, August 22nd, we will be in Prospect Park, New Jersey, with Passaic County Gospel Summer Jam. and that's at 4:30 p.m. at Redeemed Fellowship Center on 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Everybody's invited. Come early to get a nice seat, a comfortable seat, because the place is not that big and it's not that small, but it's big enough to have a good time. Amen. We got a lot of great performers that's going to be on the event. We got Corey T. We got Famous Ink Records going to be there, The White Sutton, and many more. Okay? God bless y'all. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Durham.
Thank you, Durham.
Next speaker,
The
please.
next speaker, Madam President, is Ms. Eva Razak.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Eva Razak, 388 East 35th Street. Thank you so much. Mr. Mendez, is he coming back?
He went to the men's room.
Well, I'll address. The reason why I'm here is I was here not too long ago to address an issue that we've been having on our area on 35th Street between 18th and 19th Ave. And I have to defend our peoples who live, our residents who live in that area. They own their homes, they take care of their property. We've been having issues left and right. Last week, the last time that I was here, the following day, if I'm not mistaken, they had popped their street cleanings one time Wednesday, one side on Thursday. I kid you not, I've been one of the ones that they've called so many times that if I catch somebody, they're in trouble. They pop our tires. We get tickets. How could you figure that if your tires are popped, you're gonna move your vehicle? And now we put signs, listen, so-and-so, the cars, they've been doing it, Ms. Davida, on an ongoing basis there. We've never seen that, we have people moving down now, just doing things that we don't want there. We're all human, but we don't want garbage because we don't deserve it. No one deserves it. And if we have the pastor across the street who's now fixing the church and the trees and the branches, and he cleans. We all clean. We need help. Not only that, I just addressed Ms. Catherine Long regarding the speed bump that we need because of the residents that are on 384, the family of Willis. I can read this to you if you don't mind really quick. My name is, I'm representing for them, Ms. Catherine Willens. I am the owner of the property located at 384 East 35th Street. My brother therapy 3 times a day. I'm hereby requesting a speed bump to be placed on 35th Street where I reside, and the cars fly by, and my brother's being placed left down and left on 3 times. My family gets very worried as the black has become a speed concern. I hereby asking the city of Paterson to please place speed bumps on our block nearby our home for we can slow down the cars. It's an area that, it's a good area because between 18, and we're talking about going down east side, but it's just getting, and I have to say this, I'm not young, I'm 55 years old, but I do defend my residents that live next to me because they need help. So, I mean, I just don't want to, and you guys haven't seen me here for a while, but now I'm going to stick my guns into coming out and being a vocal person in the city because we all need this. And we don't want this to just be said and, okay, no. This needs to be taken action soon because they really need all the help. So if someone could just lights, slow down, make the signs, no U-turn, anything that we need, that they need, not Eva Razak, anybody else in our block, we really appreciate it because it's a small one-way. But if you guys, I kid you not, if you guys go there in the weekend and come from the bottom, I'll stand there with a camera and you're gonna say, she's not lying. They race up and the size is small. And when the guy comes to get dropped off, last week, if the cars weren't there for street cleaning, they moved, I moved. They would have got hit. So I don't want this to be on a back burner. We need action.
Okay.
And as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Madam BA has heard. Madam BA has heard. has made notes, all right?
Yes.
And we're definitely going to discuss with DPW, with the director. I think also we need to look at a plan in terms of our traffic engineer, okay?
I appreciate
Thank you very
it,
much.
guys. Thank you. God bless.
Thank
and
you.
Enjoy your evening.
You
and
too.
Let's keep the city going, guys. Let's not make people feel like they're not wanted because of what they're saying. I'm one of them, and you guys know who I am. I will stand my ground. I will fight. You know why I will fight? Because I live here. Because we're supposed to care for our neighbors. We can't turn our faces. If we do, we all will go to hell. So God bless each and every one.
Thank you.
And I please wish, Madam, everybody that we can address this. Thank you so much. And
Absolutely.
if you guys need me, you know, I'm out of the loop, but I'm in the loop.
Thank you.
I really mean it. God bless.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Blessings
Have a
to
blessed
you, too.
evening. This means I love you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Madam President, the next speaker is Ms. Donna R. Ivy.
Oh, all rise.
Yes, Madam Ivy has been a Pattersonian and she's worked for the city. She knows.
It's good to see you all. You're supposed to say it's good to see you too, Donna.
It's good to see you as well. Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam, start the clock, please. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm not even going to take 3 minutes. So good evening. How's everybody?
Good.
Y'all good? You look good. You liking your job? You smiling? That's good. That's good. On behalf of the 2021 Jamaica Day team, led by the Councilman Bill McCoy, we would like to take the opportunity to thank DPW, Paterson Police Department, Paterson Fire Department, Health and Human Services, City Council, and Office of the Mayor, and everyone in the city of Paterson, residents and friends that attended, both Saturday and Sunday. So it was a good time to be had. It was a wonderful community event, and that's it for me. Just good news. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker, Madam President, is Mr. David Abaruni.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Do that fast.
They're not here.
The next speaker is Mr. Keith Watson.
Is that the last speaker, Madam Clerk?
We have 2 more speakers after Mr. Watson.
I thought you said it was 13.
There was a Nicholas Rodriguez that was crossed out and then came
Okay,
back.
he's gone. No, he's gone.
Okay. So it's only 1 more after Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Watson, your name and
Keith
address for the
Watson,
record.
341 East 31st Street, Paterson. Fret not thyself because of evildoers. Be not thou envious of the workers of iniquity, for they soon be cut down like grass and wither away like green herbs. It's a sad day. It is sad for our community. It is really disgusting to see what went on Sunday against a sitting council person. And I believe that if it was any normal person who did that to any council person, 85% of the chance they would be moving away in a handcuff. And our community don't accept it. We don't associate ourselves with it, what happened. And I'm here to defend my vision, my idea for that event in that park for my community. Our event is a peaceful event, an event to bring everybody together. I witnessed the former council person here beckon to the whole community to come and support that event. That includes every council person that was here. Mendez also vote to approve that event. And immediately after Councilman Mendez vote to approve, I can show you the text. His son texts me with a laughy face saying, ha 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 ha, 9-0, even your guy vote to approve the festival. Now, for a person who holds a highly esteemed position in the church and in the school, and for 20 years of experience of public service, and have a slogan of proven leadership and sound experience, you would think that they would behave in a different manner, in a manner where people would respect you after the festival. Right now, I'm telling you, 85 or 90% of the Jamaican community that's watching right now is waiting for him to make a public apology instead of having lieutenants coming here to try to defend what he did. Because what we saw is not what people are, somebody is saying. We saw that it was aggressive. We saw that it was rude. We saw that it was disrespectful. We saw that it was something that harassing and also assault on a sitting council person. Whether you have enmity between anybody, you should know how to conduct yourself and control your temper. I'm here today to let everybody know in the city of Paterson that we saw Councilman Mendez demonstrate a peaceful attitude, an attitude that he was making sure that his hands down and he wanted that thing to be diffused. Right now, I'm asking the council to make sure that you look into this case meticulously, and whatever you find that is not right, to make sure that people like these who try to make fuss in an event like this don't obtain another permit for our city park, because let me tell you something, the amount of people
Mr.
that comes to
Watson,
me that tells
can
me
you
that
please
it
wrap
could
up?
have caused a riot, they could have started throwing bottles, stone, they could have hurt the two person that was there.
Mr. Watson,
that was
can you please wrap
inciting a
up?
riot, and we need to stop it now. If somebody violate right across the board, we need to punish them. No favor, no curry favor. The mayor needs to come out.
Mr. Watson,
and
can you
denounce it. I
please
spoke
wrap
to
up?
all of the black community that calls me.
Mr. Watson, you're
And even
ignoring the council president.
Even
Okay.
Officer? Where's the officer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Have a good day, sir.
Councilman
Have a good
Velez, Councilman Velez, Councilman Velez.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. I was respectfully asking you to wrap up, okay? I was respectfully asking for you to wrap up, and you ignored my address. Madam Speaker, Madam President, next speaker.
Yes, the last speaker is Mr. Jonathan Powers.
Who?
Jonathan Powers.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mike.
I'm sorry.
Jonathan Powers, 361 Stelton Road, Piscataway, New Jersey. I'm here tonight to speak on ordinance number 21028. I'm a union representative with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, the UFCW, which is a national labor union which represents over 1.3 million hardworking families across the U.S. We're the official labor union which represents cannabis workers from seed to sale under the guise of the AFL-CIO. We oppose this ordinance because it hurts good careers which create living wage opportunities, along with health care, dental, vision, training, sick time, vacation time, and retirement plans. These workers are educated in botany, horticulture, chemistry, and we even have pharmacists who work at our unionized facilities. Although we are happy that you have not banned medical cannabis, the UFCW would suggest that you table this ordinance and instead consider following the City of Bayonne's ordinance, which lays out application and renewal fees, how many licenses they want of each class, and which ones they don't. The Bayonne ordinance also includes a merit-based application system which looks at environmental standards. If a company polluted the water in Denver, Colorado, they will do it here. Labor standards. If a company has poor labor standards and workers' rights issues in Chicago, Illinois, they will have it here. The Bayonne ordinance also makes research, local ownership, and other standards that protect working families and small businesses. As part of their merit-based system, the merit-based system from Bayonne, the Bayonne ordinance has also been adopted in Montclair, Bass River, and Highland Park, to name a few. The UFCW Also, can offer you a tour of the Garden State Dispensary down in Woodbridge, which is a fully vertical facility. You can see the whole process from planting the seed all the way to the sale and make an educated decision. Again, the UFCW opposes the opt-out ban and hopes the elected body of Paterson will reconsider and make every attempt to create good unionized cannabis careers. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and have a good night.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this time, there's no more speakers. Can I
There are
have
no
a
more
motion to
Move
close?
to close.
Move to close the public portion by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion of today's meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council President, just wanted to
Yes.
ask that you consider in some of the structure in which has been actually put in place by the former council president, just in the manner in which we're addressing the public. First and foremost, the public, when they come here, they deserve to be answered. They deserve to have quantified answers from not only the council, but from the administration, who is obligated to providing the services for them. When we pause to the end of the finalization of the public portion and having a 3-minute cap, it doesn't allow us an opportunity to address all of the concerns, and especially doesn't allow us to address the concerns of the public at that moment. Now, respecting your guidance as the council president, obviously we flow in the direction that you take us in. But I'm just giving you my opinion relative to how I think the public portion. I mean, you've been here with me for quite some time. We've addressed the public portion differently based on who the council presidents were, and I just want to put that on the record that I think that obviously you run a sound meeting and we're moving things along expeditiously, but I still think that we need to pause for a moment, not when there's issues, when people have personal issues against certain council members and or certain members. That's a completely different thing. But when we have pressing issues where people's safety is a factor. So let me just quickly talk about this thing on Van Houten, and I apologize, Madam Clerk, if you could just allow me another 30 seconds.
Councilman Jackson, I would have wanted to close the public portion and then allowed you to speak. That was my plan as Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Mendez. I wanted to close.
Yes. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, to close the public portion.
Councilman Velez.
Council President will come back. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The public portion is hereby closed.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't like addressing my council members, but we all know we've been here for quite some time, and we understand that there is a process within, the protocols within running a meeting. And I am totally with you, and that's why when I began the public portion, I made a statement. The statement that there is a 3-minute, and the council president has the right to give a longer time. If I address anyone, is to try to give them at least some type of alleviation, if I could say it that way, but a lot of it is being addressed to us as a council. Unfortunately, some of the stuff is on the administration, and so, if anyone thinks, that they're being dismissive, that I'm being dismissive, that's absolutely not correct, and I apologize for anyone thinking that way, but clearly there is a decorum, there is a process, and Councilman, I understand what you're doing. You're a first ward councilman, and you must be out there, as you've always been, an advocate and a champion for the first ward and its residents. So I am going to close this public portion, and I'm going to allow for a few minutes, right, to have Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilman Jackson, and then Councilwoman Mims, Velez. I'm going to allow that. You know, normally this is not the procedure, but clearly you are correct in saying that when there are concerns of this nature, we definitely should give a moment. So with that said, you know, I want to say yes to close this public portion. And Madam Clerk, if you could just read into the record the votes.
Yes, Council President. The public portion is closed. I did announce it
Okay,
already.
I'm sorry. Okay, so with that said, this it'll be Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Cotton, Jackson, Mims, Velez.
Thank you, Madam President. I will try. I will do my best to be brief because I put the situation into rest a couple of days after on social media, and I decided to, and I told the community I will let my lawyer and the law to handle what happened at the park. But I just want to say that, honestly, it was heartbreaking and disturbing what I went through at the park on Sunday, honestly. I arrived at the park with my aide, you know, and I was welcome. I received a warm welcome from all my brothers and sisters for the Jamaican community. We're having such a great time. And this person, Councilman McCall, he came from far away. He ran and he came right into my face, just right into my face, telling me that I was unwelcome there, moving his hand, like tried to hit me, spitting at me. I don't know what he was drinking, or if he was drinking or not, that's not my business, but anybody, no one on his right mind will do what he did to me or any person. Forget about being an elected official. Any person, a man of God will never do that. And I'm challenging any person that was at the park that say that was not the case, like Ernest Rocker. So if you have another video, if you have somebody, I challenge you to bring it over here or make it public. Because, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to tell you is that if you see all the videos, it'll be more disturbing. They follow us to, I would say, maybe an hour around the park, to the entire park, telling us, get out of here, you're not Jamaican, you're not welcome here. How's that sound? Just get out of the park, you're not Jamaican, you're not welcome here. And most of the people at the park told them, listen, all the people, they told, listen, what you're doing is not right, walk away. Leave Mendez alone because he's not leaving the park. He's going to stay with us. We're having a great time here, and he's not leaving the park. Stop what you're doing because what you're doing is not right. And a lot of you saw that video. So I'm telling them, if you have something else, I challenge you to bring it. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting what he did and disturbing. The law will take care of that, and my lawyer will take care of that, but I'm here to let him know and everybody that any council member should not be in this position. He came in front of this council. I say, I will approve this event. I go to the Jamaican Festival every year. I have had a great time with my brothers and sisters from Jamaican. And now I'm the councilman of the 3rd Ward. I'm representing the largest Jamaican community in the city of Paterson, and I'm proud to say that because I'm always available and accessible to all of them, all right? And I will be at the park, and I have all the right to be at that park. Not only because I'm the councilman of the 3rd Ward, not only because that's a public park, because I said you're not allowed, it's not your right to take people out of the park and to say you're not welcome into this public event. And thank God that Sunday didn't end up into a bloody Sunday, because we are people of respect, not because I'm weak, just not at all. Don't get it twisted. He's lucky that my parents teach me how to respect all people, because what he did was unacceptable. He should be ashamed of himself. Being a deacon, I don't know, a man of God will never do that. And he put everybody at risk at the park. Having those people following us throughout the park, telling us, you're not Jamaican, get out of the park. Thank God that all my brothers and sisters from Jamaica, they came in our support. And they said, Mendez, they said, listen, what you're doing is not right. Please leave them alone. Please do not do that. Thank God that we took that route. Thank God that we took that route. So with that being said, I think that a lot of people come in front of the council asking for those type of permit. He came over here. All of us support us. I think that we should take this as an example of how to stop this kind of thing, because today was with me. Tomorrow it could be Councilman Ala de la C, Councilwoman Ruby Count, maybe Councilman Mike Jackson, Councilman Shaheen Khalid, Councilwoman Davila. It could be with any person on this chamber tomorrow. So I think that something has to be done. I'm looking forward to move on. I put this into rest. I will let my lawyer handle the situation.
Thank you.
But with that being said, this is what I need to say, Patersonian. I'm looking forward to continue working for my community, getting things done for a third ward and for the entire city of Paterson. And that's the reason why I'm here. And I'm going to continue to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. And, you know, I think that, you know, I just know that we must learn to respect one another, but, and that's all it is. But I just want to talk about a couple of the speakers that came up. And I was in that meeting also today with statutory agencies where the issue did come up about the parking. And I know that they said that he's going to be really, really looking into it when we spoke to Tony Perez. So I know it was brought up in a meeting. Also, I want to say to my friend that spoke, Shanita Davis, which was my neighbors for many years, that I did put a request in with DPW. You know what, I'm forgetting this. I'm not on DPW committee, but I'm forgetting to put the chairperson, Councilman Velez, on the email, but I wanted to let her know that I did put a request in for the committee to look at stop sign on 11th Avenue and East 36th Street, because it's actually a raceway from 33rd down to Route 20. It's a raceway. There's nothing is stopping them. They got a yellow light up there, but that's really nothing. So the request has been put in, and I wanted her to know that. Also, I just want to say too that Nellie Selly, who we lost, was really a giant in her own way. Sometimes you may not have heard of her or seen her, but I've seen her many times, and I would call her like the silent giant, because you would see her doing stuff that nobody else would see. So to her family, my condolences to her. It was so sudden, and that's why I always say sometimes you don't know when something's gonna happen. And when you do, when you keep anger or you want to hurt someone, or you don't know when your day is counted. And I always say all of our days are counted. We actually just don't know when it is. So while we're here, we need to do the best that we can while we're here and do what we can for everyone. And I just want to say also to Eva Rizark, who has spoke, there's so many, you know what, I can't even, like, green light, I wait 5 seconds. I don't even go. When my light turns green, I wait, because somebody's running the red light. You know, you come into a corner, someone's making a right in front of you on a corner. It's like, I have no idea what's happening with everything that's going on in the city, but nobody's obeying laws. It's just outrageous. But I also too want to say to the BA, and I'm almost finished, Councilman, when the young lady spoke about the summer camps and the issues, please have them look into that. I mean, it shouldn't be, but, and and she said, not all of us can afford to send our kids to camp. So we rely on the stuff that the city offers, but it still should be in dignity. So that's what it needs to be, in dignity. So just look into that for us. And I mean, I remember saying to somebody, I remember I went to Camp Hope, and we all look forward in the summertime going to Camp Hope for the kids. So I just wanted you, and I know you took notes today, Ms. Madam BA, for some of the issues that were talked about. So just look into some of the stuff that was said today.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you back?
I've been back.
I thought I never even turned around.
I was going to let you speak.
I know you was
Councilwoman.
You was sitting right there. You sure was. Thank you, Council President. Thank you
very
so
much, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims? I'm sorry, it was Okay, Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So a couple things just to address some of the residents' concerns. Madam BA, I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I saw a huge post that talked about the young lady who is a camp director at Montgomery Park, and these camp directors having to come out of their own pockets to go and buy supplies, and that is absolutely disgraceful. That is extremely disappointing. The young lady texted me multiple times because they're arriving and having to clean the park themselves, which is a total embarrassment. So, Council President, I'm hopeful that we can have summer camps are over now, but we should at least have the administration answer to us on what provisions are being put in place to prevent that from happening. Further, just to the residents at home and all the residents who live in Congdon Mills, 13 and a half, and Houghton, and anywhere in that corridor, I had a brief conversation with some of the people some of the residents that had some concerns tonight. And this is a very big issue. Everyone in the council and administration alike should be taking these matters totally serious. Our city right now is in the worst condition it's in. We have gunshots ringing off almost every other night. Homicides happening 2 or 3 nights ago. I had to call the director last night to inquire was someone shot, because I'm getting reports that it was another person who lost their life, but it was actually the 2 shooting victims of a few nights ago. And we have to be realistic when the expectation is for residents in that area, because they pushed the vagrants from Costello Park. They're over there on Van Houten near the, in Ellison Street, near the TV studio, where one of our own employees, a man, can attest to the fact that he was approached and almost, assaulted. Now we're asking women to walk 2 or 3 blocks with their children in a public parking lot where it's being shared on the weekends with multiple night extracurricular activity facilities. They should not have to do that. That's unacceptable. So, council members, I will be bringing another item forward to initiate residency parking in that area. We should remove the meters, initiate residency parking to help alleviate some of the burden. So after 6 p.m., no one else can park there but those residents. And we also need to, for the residents who live there, I will be reaching out to Tony Perez. We'll put together a community forum. Hopefully some of the other council members at large can attend. Councilman Velez is a statutory agency. But we'll have a community forum here with Mr. Perez and the residents in that area to come up with a solution. That parking garage that's there needs to be put in full motion. And I understand it's not 24-hour accessible, but if Charles Florio can afford to pay for security in his locations, multiple locations, 24 hours, the least we can do is provide security for these residents for these pressing hours under these circumstances. We have to be able to figure out something a little better and make sure that we're doing the work for the community and that it's not just about people doing the development and making money off of what's going on. So, Council President, this is a very pressing issue. I'm hopeful that we all can collaborate to make sure that the residents' issues in this area is taken care of. And Madam BA, I'm hopeful that you can answer some questions for us at our next meeting with regard to the recreation sites and why our employees who are making a very small amount of money for the monumental job that they're doing and caring for other people's children, why would they have to go in their pocket and fund for resources that should already be provided? And I'm hoping that we can do some type of a probe that if that was the case, that whoever had to put that money out should be reimbursed totally with interest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So first and foremost, we're in an amazing time. We have an actress and singer by the name of Jennifer Hudson that is doing a movie right now on respect. I think respect is very, very key when it comes to building relationships and or tearing them down. So we have to always be clear of that. I also want to put it on the record because I heard Ms. Davis mention East 37th and 11th Ave. It was about 2 years ago, right, Councilman Velez? 2 years ago, when there was a major accident. There were 5 young people that almost died, that are still struggling to this day, some handicap, for an accident that happened between East 36th, East 37th, and 11th Avenue. And I put in a request at that time for a traffic study. It was done. It was proven that something needed to be done. It was sent to the committee, and it never happened. So I want to give to DPW Chair, which I've already spoken. We're just going to re-pull it because it's already been done so that we don't have to wait for a traffic study. It was already requested 2 years ago. That was already done. I also want to put on the record East 18th and 11th Ave is another one. Since it's been 3 years for that particular location on East 18th and 11th Ave, there were 2 accidents in the last 7 days in that same area. There's no traffic light, there's no caution light, and there's blind sight there. We have to definitely do something in those 2 locations to the BA and also to our amazing DPW Chair to my left. Also, in the parks, when it comes to recreation in the parks, I frequent the parks a lot. Councilwoman Davila and I did a lot with the parks, and we still are heavily involved in it. But when you visit the parks and you see some of the things that are going on in the park, for example, in Montgomery Park, there was a huge tree that fell down in Montgomery Park. And when the tree fell, they got rid of some of it, but there's still a big hump there. And they have it shielded by a gate. But, and I spoke to DPW a few times, and they said that they were going to take care of it. I even mentioned to them, why don't we go to the county, as we've done in the past, and, borrow the grinder and resolve it. So I'm just giving it back to the BA. It is still not resolved. There's also on the sides of the walling, there's missing a brick or whatever that is that's missing there. There's poison ivy there. Not just that park, there's other parks where there's poison ivy. And just like we do before the winter comes for snow, I think we should do that for the summer. Full assessment of all the parks, especially the ones we'll be utilizing where our kids will play, to make sure that they're up to speed and there are no concerns. I've seen glass, I've seen bottles, and all of those things. I know in Montgomery Park, there's an issue with the sprinkler. Within a couple of weeks, it will be resolved. That is something I stated to someone when I received the call, and then someone said, you're not telling the truth. It wasn't what I stated. It came from the director of DPW. They put it on, but it's running into the street. It is not fixed. They did it as a temporary relief so the kids can play in the water, but it's not fixed. For me, I'd rather it be totally fixed even before it's on. So it's not fixed. It's a temporary relief to have it on. So, Madam BA, can we just make sure that that sprinkler is working, not just there, but in other locations as well? And I know we talked about the census and different things that will happen. I'm grateful that it won't be guided by the administration. It's guided by the state. It's by the federal government, the census. But I have to say that the mayor and so many others work really hard on getting us to our census count. And I'm really grateful. We're a first-class city, and there's some great things that are coming, especially after redistricting in January, and I'm really looking forward to that. So thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and once we're done, Councilman Velez, we're going to proceed to finish the agenda. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to try to stay my 2 minutes. I'm going to do it quick and easy. As you know, that we had a statutory meeting with Tony Perez and the library and other individuals that falls into that committee. It was new for us, the situation. Let's be honest, in that meeting. Soon as we find out a question that Council President brought up, because heard some statements, et cetera, we put a plan to action. So that was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today we find out that some people we find out that they came and we didn't even know what they were going to talk about, but there's a plan in place Tomorrow, we'll be meeting with the, Director Tony Perez to bring those concerns and then aerate a little bit more solution into it. That comes, while they speaking, comes more ideas that we could make it proactive, okay? But you have to give us a chance, at least, to wake up tomorrow and first say, thank you, Lord, for waking us up. One of the things that we spoke about, the poor lighting, extra attention by Paterson Police, and as soon as I heard what's going on, I got up, I talked to the BA to order that extra attention as we were speaking today. So we do things based on how it comes. It's not what you say, it's how you say things. You know, I'm not gonna take sides, I'm just gonna talk about how I feel. Mr. Watson, you know, if you analyze your conduct, it had a lot to say. So that proved what happened there too. I'm not taking side. So saying that, so it was fair enough that you threatened me, told me you're going after me, and this and that, and the last council meeting that we have on Tuesday here. I will wrap up in a minute. If you think that was, sorry, I'm not, sir, you had the chance, sir, excuse me, sir.
Councilman Bell is complete.
Your community.
Continue.
Your community I respect a lot, and they respect me a lot. But it's not what you say, it's how you say things. And one thing that I encourage you that last Tuesday is to try to get a solution between two colleagues to get along, and then two communities do not get divided for nonsense. Saying that, God bless you. If you want to have a cup of coffee and sit down, we could talk. Sir, last but not least.
Mr. Watson, you
Mr.
cannot
Watson,
speak out.
last but not least, this is for you. God bless you. Have a night. Good night.
Thank you very much. So thank you, council members. I really appreciate each and every one of you. We all here that sit on this side, we understand what's going on. And I also understand that, you know what, our constituency, we have people that come here that do not know what the procedure is. So I wanted to give each and every one of you the opportunity to address. We all know that you cannot come here and address or attack anyone by name at any council member. Vice versa, we should be respecting everyone's opinion. What I cannot respect is people speaking and spewing lies. That is unacceptable, and as long as I am a council member here and the president, I am not going to allow anyone to come here to direct any of you in an ill manner. Vice versa, we should be, again, doing the same.
May I, please?
I'm going to pause. My vice president wants to speak. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you. One of the residents had concern about speeding. Madam Bia, this issue came up many times. Is there any way we could move forward and put some speed humps around the city? Because in previous administration, this issue came up many times, and we are told there's some kind of state legislation that we could not put speed hump on city of Paterson, you know.
Councilman, I think it depends on some of the locations, because I have seen in some areas the traffic engineer has approved it, but has also suggested that we do other mitigation matters first.
So it is being done.
In this one in particular, I know we're going to bring it to the traffic engineer's attention. And again, a lot of times it depends. I was just looking at a report of his today where it depends on, as we know, the traffic incidents, but also a couple other factors that he relies on, kind of standard guidance across the board. So I can look into this particular circumstance about speed humps.
Also, the summer camp, issue with the summer camp came up. I know our recreation department is funded last year with over $2 million, correct?
I would have to look at the exact number,
I think,
but
and from
salary and wage
for
plus
previous,
OE.
previous years, we increased
Mhm.
the amount of money that's being spent on recreation
Correct.
department. So we should not be hearing shortage of money or one of the captains or the coaches spending money from their pockets. I think we need to look at the whole department and move forward precisely that our children deserve better. When we need a big project need to get approved, we keep talking about our children. For example, Hinckley Stadium, $90 million project. Oh, it's for the kids, it's for the children. We can't even provide them with the summer camp program. What are we gonna do with the $90 million stadium? I believe none of our children gonna be playing there either. So we need to stop the game and spend the money where it needs to get spent. Also, every time something happens in our city of Paterson, we have a couple of residents from city of Paterson's constituents come here in the public portion, talking lies about every little thing. And those are like, they are being sent here to speak against certain council member. Corporation council, I think you need to look at the laws too. If they, without a proof or without fact, can a resident come here and accuse council member of doing wrongdoing or whatnot? Can they do that?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. The contours of the First Amendment are broad, and, regulating content by the City Council is also problematic. With that being said, I will certainly look into whether or not we can set some limits. I do know there's, some outer limits in terms of using derogatory language or things of that nature. But again, the First Amendment protections tend to be very broad, and we don't want to be seen as regulating content of speech, however much we may disagree with it. Now, whether or not people have defamed other individuals, that's a completely different question than regulating speech, and that's a question that we can also have offline as well.
Good.
Thank you. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you very much. So, with that said, I won't even complete and everything I was going to say. Is somebody's phone on? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so, council members, we're going to now continue quickly with this agenda. There's quite a few items here that can go quickly in terms of, honoring, members, being appointed, or reappointed as a constable. So we're going to do number 45 at this time. As a matter of fact, you know what? We're going to go in order. Second reading ordinances will be done last. I want to finish the non-consent agenda.
Okay.
So with that said, we have item number 38 that we have not done. Am I correct?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so let's take item number 38.
Yes, Madam President. Item number 38 is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting process to solicit proposals for grant writing services for the Department of Administration, RFP number 2021-34. It's an administration resolution 21:436.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Madam President, discussion?
Discussion by Councilman Kalik.
Yes, this is just to go out for bid, correct? So
Yes.
then it has to come back in front of the council for approval?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Just for clarification, thank you.
Very well, thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Roll-
item number 38 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Nice haircut, Mr. CFO. My vote is yes.
I told them first.
Councilman Velez. Sorry.
But a haircut?
Yes.
Use the same barber. My vote is yes.
He said yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item 41.
Yes, Madam President. Item number 41 is a resolution honoring Jose Antonio Mendez, aka Tony Bravo, for his 30 years in the music industry, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and co-sponsored by Council President Maritza Davila. It's the City Council Resolution 21:439.
Move.
Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councilman Velez and second by myself.
Okay, thank you,
call,
Madam
Clerk.
President. Roll call to approve item number 41. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Davila and Velez, he's a Patersonian, right?
Yes.
In the 30 years, he's still playing?
He's still playing
You
and
have to
fun.
hear him.
Is he here tonight?
I'm sorry?
Is he here?
No,
No,
not
no, he's
tonight.
not here today.
No, we'll do something and bring him and present
Oh,
him.
okay, because
Yeah.
I would like
They will
to,
pass
I would
him
like
the
for
resume.
him to hit a note or something,
He's
so I'll
gonna
know.
sing. He's gonna sing for you. Don't worry.
He's what?
He's gonna make a nice song.
Oh, okay,
We're
okay.
we're looking forward to possibly having him for the Hispanic Heritage Celebration.
Oh, that
in
would be
September.
nice. Yeah. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Well, I have a large birthday coming up, and Jacksonville is doing a huge celebration potentially, so hopefully the two of you might help me get this young man booked at Jacksonville, and gonna shut the block down.
I'll be
as we
there,
normally do.
I'll be there, Councilman.
Councilman, I'm expecting you to be there, man. I would expect nothing less. But, yeah, and hopefully everybody else can attend. So that's the preliminary Jacksonville reopening, but, and I appreciate this item, so thank you guys both for bringing it forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez, I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
You're gonna have a chance to listen to him and sing and everything, so I'm gonna leave that as a suspense. So this honoree is well due, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
It gives me great pleasure to definitely be co-sponsor of this resolution. I'm with Councilman Velez and the entire council. I'm looking forward to having him come here, receive his recognition, and hopefully have him be part of our Hispanic Heritage Celebration starting September 15th. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 42.
Item number 42 is resolution honoring Mother Elizabeth B. Perry Kirkland on her 92nd birthday. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 21:440.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 43 for approval.
Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In honoring Mother Elizabeth Perry Kirkland on her 92nd birthday, I just want to say happy birthday. To still be here at 92, I'm just grateful. I'm just absolutely grateful. And to be able to be around to celebrate this is absolutely wonderful. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
To Lala and family, I could not make your event on Saturday. There were multiple events at the same time. But you know, I love your mother. I'm really honored that she's still amongst the living at 92, and I definitely believe in giving flowers while people can smell them. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
That's legacy. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. We're going to take item 43. I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah, me too.
I don't get it. So maybe I need clarification. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. So before you read into the record, honoring Mr. Brown on his 65th and 66th double birthday? Got it now.
Yeah.
Very well.
So
Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 43 into the record? And now I understand.
Item number 43 is resolution honoring Glenn Brown on his 65th and 66th double birthday celebration. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton and co-sponsored by Dr. Lelisa Mims. City Council Resolution 21:441.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call.
I myself.
Roll call on
Roll
item.
call.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Glenn Brown, who I served with, well, he was Public Safety Director when I sat on the City Council in 2012. He served under Mayor Jeff Jones. He has been through different prosecutor's office, the fire department. He was acting director. Now he's at the public safety at the Passaic County Community College. He done so much, but it was truly an honor when I served with him when he was public safety director here back in 2012. So he could not have his birthday last year because of the pandemic, but this year he's doing a double birthday celebration. And I just want to say happy birthday to he was our police director, with the prosecutor. He was with so many different agencies throughout the state of New Jersey. So with that being said, happy birthday, Glenn Brown. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
To Director Glenn Brown, thank you for all that you do for the community every single day. Even today, you text to make sure that I will be in attendance to your party. There's so many wonderful things I can say about the things you do in the community of Paterson, and so many people that you've made sure that we stay in a place of unity and harmony, and I really appreciate you for that and all your wisdom. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
Double birthday should be double gift in the resolution too, for last year into this year. So, but that's a good idea. If I don't celebrate my birthday, I could celebrate all the time, right? So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 44.
Yes, Council. Item number 44 is resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Juan Dios Ventura Soriano, Johnny Ventura, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, Councilman Alex Mendez, and Councilman Flavio Rivera, and co-sponsored by all remaining members of the Municipal Council.
So move.
It's City Council Resolution 21:442.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, Councilman Velez, second. Second by Councilwoman Mims and Kalik.
I thought-
Roll call.
Council President,
Okay, that's okay.
just clarification on something here, typo.
I'm sorry.
Even that I told him. It's Juan de Dios Ventura, not Ventura, and the first whereas. I could go over with them before they printed the
Okay,
last one.
okay, just,
Also in the title, supposedly, Juan de Dios Ventura is also, wrong.
the name correction, okay,
Correct.
so let us,
So, Corporate Counsel, can you get back to comment?
okay, very good. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number
Yes, Madam
44 for
President.
approval.
Roll call on item number 44 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely, Johnny Ventura was a true legend, and not only in the Dominican Republic, but all over the world with his music. He put, our community and the whole world map with his music, with his talent, his love, and his kindness for people. He was a well-known human being in the entire world, and it's a great pleasure for me to be part of this legislation, and I'm definitely looking forward to continuing his celebrating his legacy. So my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
I do agree with Councilman Mendez. I think you were having an event with him and you postponed it. So I was looking forward to that because his music is really awesome. So I'm looking forward to that when you
He
reschedule
had it. He had it.
Oh, he had it?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
But
I was
last
trying to come to the event. So I'll have to try to look on your page and see if I can listen a little bit. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
On July 28, 2021, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we lost Juan de Dios Ventura, Johnny Ventura. And immediately when I learned about his death, I called corporate counsel, my secretary, to draft this honoring his life and legacy. You know, even though he was a proud, born and raised in the Dominican Republic, he always identified as a Latino, wherever he used to go. Proud of his culture, proud of his music, proud as an elected official in the Dominican Republic. That's legacy. That still, in this day, so 10 years from now, 20 years from now, people are going to still talk about Johnny Ventura. And that is the lesson that we all have to take from a person like Johnny Ventura. So his soul rest in peace. I will be delivering myself to the Dominican Republic, to his family, this resolution, memorializing his life and legacy at the Dominican Republic. So if my colleague, the one that came along to support me on this, want to travel with me, please let me know. I'm not going to pay the ticket. You help me out, Mendes, and we go together and do the same thing over there. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam President?
I am a firm believer that everyone in their right time should be honored. I believe that when you look at our council, we're diverse. And Councilman Velez is correct in what he's saying, that soon after July 28th, which is when my Peruvian side, was celebrating the 200th year of independence, I get a call from him to say that he wanted to move forward, and I said, absolutely, no second thoughts. But I also appreciate Councilman Mendez also reaching out to me, and Councilman Rivera the same exact day. So this is why this resolution I'm totally in support of. It is being sponsored by the 2 council members who are of Dominican descent, along with Councilman Luis Velez, who's always and let me say, the mayor always talks about A for action. You definitely always take action quickly. So, with that said, I'm in full support, understanding, but also respecting his life, his legacy. Se nos fue el caballo, because that's how he was mentioned. He was, sounds kind of ugly in English, but caballo means horse. But, with that said, there's so much more I always say that I can say, but I won't forget Councilman Velez, I believe it was 2018 or 2019. No, when he was brought to the Venetian I have the video.
Correct.
It was 2018, and let me tell you, I was front and center. I'm in his video, he's singing in my face, and it was just so beautiful, just to see this gentleman who for years has been sounding in our homes. So I'm happy that I was able to be part of this today, and Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Do you recall the song was? I know Pitaste.
Huh?
Pero Pitaste. That was the song that he was singing.
Okay. There was another one that he was singing that night, but anyway, Madam Clerk, item number 45 for approval?
Yes, Madam President. Item number 45 is resolution reappointing Elsa I. Trinidad as a constable of the City of Paterson, sponsored by Council President Maritza Davila, City Council Resolution 21:443.
Second.
I am moving this motion, Madam Clerk, and it's second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for approval on item number 45.
Yes, Council President. Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
I'm always very moved by the constables. They're volunteers, they serve our city very well. Elisa has been doing a great job. Thank you, Council President, for reappointing her. She's amazing. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
Any constable that willing to volunteer, come on board. I know my colleagues has a 5 seat for each week. Oh, by the way, before this corporate council came on board, previous corporate council, we was amending the city Paterson Constable Ordinance to work with something better, strict, and participant to put everything in order. So I'm gonna revisit that again. I got the email, so I will revisit that again. I wish we could post some kind of ranking file for there could be order and this and that on it, and nobody be called, or have the council be part of that and leadership instead of having them out there just doing whatever they want. But my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Velez? We.
I know we, sorry.
All right, so
the we
Corporation
is
Council,
Council.
we will be
Yes.
having this conversation because Councilman Velez is correct that we started a conversation with the previous Corporation Council about amending, making certain amendments and kind of like add a little more teeth to the current ordinance.
Correct.
I am in agreement that we need some change, but at the end of the day, this council will decide as a whole if they want to see ranking or not. We have to be really careful with that. In terms of the reappointment of my constable is someone who was born and raised in Paterson and who's been part of the Puerto Rican community for years, who at one point was, our Puerto Rican queen. It saddens me that we no longer have our parade, but with that said, she is someone and her family are very active in the city, and how can I not, support the reappointment of my first constable? And so last year, I only did 1 year. I wanted to see what changes we were going to do. That didn't happen because of the pandemic, but we're here now visiting that again, Corporation Council. So to Elsa Trinidad, welcome once again on your reappointment for full term. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. So, council members, we have our last on the non-consent, and then we have second reading. We'll be doing public hearing. If there's no one here for the specific items, we will move forward. Madam Clerk, item number 50 for approval.
Item number 50 is a resolution to authorize purging of taxes with respect to Block 4609, Lot 11.01, also known as 21 Market Street, owned by Building Hope, 21 Market Street, LLC. It's a law resolution 21:448.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton and
Question.
Councilman Velez.
Question?
Discussion by Councilman Velez.
I just have a simple question. I know this probably went to finance, but what was the main function of purging it? What happened? We're leading to
Madam
this.
BA.
Thank you, Council President. For this, it's purging taxes on a property that was never utilized for the purpose that It originally was and is now for a nonprofit purpose. It is a charter school that is going to be utilizing the whole building, and it previously was just a portion of the building was tax exempt and the whole building.
So
there's a memo from our Assistant Corporation Counsel that details the specifics.
And let me tell you the experience that I have on this situation. I have a commercial building. I sold the commercial building to a nonprofit. They do the closing and everything, but they forgot to come to the City Hall Tax Division and say, here's a document that my building now is exempt, okay? That's what's happening a lot. And somebody's not changing the code on the system and then creating this. We need to, and I think I recall 2 years ago, I say the same thing. It happened to the churches that they was coded to be taxable, and somebody say, well, they forgot to bring this paper, they forgot for this, but then they charge a tax, and then we had to come back to purging. Just to have that in mind, to be able to catch up on that and to avoid them back and forth with this purge taxes, because that, in some aspect, comes as a revenue, but then we have to reverse it back and take it as a revenue. So, thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Councilman Jackson.
So I have some concerns, grave concerns with this. What committee was this vetted through?
This normally goes to finance.
So what committee was it vetted through? It goes to finance, what, right before our meeting?
Madam BA.
Yes, Councilman Jackson, it was through finance in previous weeks, so it wasn't just today.
So do we have the P&L reports from the owner?
Well, if you look, the most important information is what's provided by our Corporation Counsel about what the situation was for this. It was granted, the tax assessor's office granted it the tax exempt status. It was a clerical error that did not apply that status to both lots 11 and 11.01 on the tax map.
That
So
matters.
all of that was.
That matters not, because my question is, so this facility, which is not owned by a charter school, is being rented to a charter school, which they're collecting rent. So my question is, are they collecting full market rent, or are they giving a concession, or why are we giving a tax reduction for a landlord that's collecting full rent?
Councilman Jackson, I can only go by the information that's in front of me, and that it was designated having a tax exempt status by the tax assessor's office.
To the public, that is unacceptable. My question is this landlord receiving a reduced rate rent? Is the charter school being given a concession? One, it's not owned by a charter school. Why are we giving a tax break? See, this is what residents are always complaining about. Council President, can I request to have this item
Move to table.
removed from? This needs to be vetted.
Okay.
Why are we giving another? This is the same owner that's vagrant. That right across the street, there's garbage everywhere. The same owners, we're gonna give him another taxes reduction because he's renting to a charter school?
Council President.
Wait. Madam BA.
Yes, Council President, I was just, if you look at the details, this is kind of a legal designation that, we, at this point in time, I'm just following what has been decided by the tax assessor's office as they go through the process. And as it's clear that it was an administrative error, and it doesn't necessarily, and Corporation Counsel can jump in, it's not necessarily about what the building's use is for. It's about the tax status of the entity that owns it. And they have to go through that process and prove what the use of the building. That's not for us, for me as that's the administration to decide. It does go through the tax assessor's office. So if you look at that memo that kind of outlines this, Mr. Emelo really did try to go into a lot of detail to answer the council's questions.
So council members, if you look at the, I believe it's the 5th or 6th whereas, where it says Building Hope submitted an initial application for exemption on 10/19/2019 for both lots, 11 and 11.01. And it was apparently approved by the tax assessor's office after an inspection, but apparently only lot 11 was designated as having tax exempt status.
Correct.
So when you continue, one second, when you continue to read the rest of the body, it is clear that they were approved the status, but it didn't take effect. Okay, so when you're looking, we don't approve exemption status. We, the council, do not approve extension.
There's a closure that is a little bit confusing here. The only way that's what I heard. The only way you get tax exception if the charter school is pure owner of the building. In this case, I don't see a deed that says he's the owner. In this case, he's still collecting rent. He rented the place. And I brought up this in 2016 with the last BA, Madam Paul, with some property on the 6th ward that holds charter schools, and they are owned by, they only rent, and they getting tax exempt. So in other words, we have to be careful, because a lot of people could take a building is bringing revenue and taxes. Oh, I'm gonna put a charter school there or whatever, and then,
Okay,
so I don't see
Council
something to say that
President?
he's the owner.
So I'm looking at, what Councilman Jackson is saying. Who is the owner of 21 Market Street?
I think we're going down the wrong path if we're doing that, Council President. What we determine here is who we give tax. Just because you have a 501c3 status does not mean you're entitled to a non-taxable, to be removed from the taxation. 501c3 status is provided by the state, true enough, but this council authorizes which entities become tax exempt. You could become a pastor all day long, open a church in your house. Doesn't mean that the council has to approve
One second,
tax exemption.
Councilman Jackson, you made a statement. Corporation Council, this council determines who's tax exempt?
No, that's not what I said.
You just said the state, but then you said this
The
council.
state determines if they're going to grant a tax exempt status.
Okay.
The council decides who is not required to not pay taxes on their facility. If it's a non-taxable use, like for example, if it's a church, if it's a service provider, such as schools, all schools, but we can't just continue to allow parcels to be removed off the tax records because they rented to a charter school and then he's collecting full rent. What triple net? So this is an embarrassment. The fact that the administration did not vet this more clearly, and we're gonna sit here and just grant exemption status without providing us with P&L reports, without providing us with financials. This has to be done more thoroughly.
All right, so.
There's a motion on the table.
Okay, so there was a motion to
table, yes.
to table this item, and there's a second.
By me, but the reason I'm tabling
But one second, listen, if we table this, we don't need to have no more discussion.
Thank you.
We take it off and we continue with the agenda.
Okay, so let me have a question, because he had to respond to a question I asked.
No. If there is a motion on the floor to table it, there is no more discussion, and there's a second. There's no more. So
Can you call
this
for
is
a
moved by Councilman Jackson and second by Councilman Velez
Second for
to
next
table.
workshop.
Madam Clerk, roll call to table this item.
Yes, Madam President, roll call to table item number 50, which is resolution to authorize purging taxes with respect to block 4609, lot 11.01, also known as 21 Market Street, owned by Building Hope 21 Market Street LLC. It is a law resolution 21448. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The 501(c3) status is given by the federal government, not by the state. But I'm not on Finance Committee, so I don't know what was discussed in Finance about this item here. Not getting a clear answer from anyone. you gotta take this off, because you're not getting a clear answer from anyone about a 501(c) status, which is granted by the federal government, and you're not getting a clear answer. So I'm gonna vote to remove this item, to table. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Residents of the city of Paterson, council members, this council is the stewards of the best interests of the residents of this community. We have so many organizations that don't live here, don't provide anything back to the community, don't provide anything. We have to be more diligent when it comes to these matters. So I appreciate the council, always having an open ear and making sure that we're being diligent in the deliberations. Any entity that's requesting to be removed off the tax levy needs to provide us with full vetting. We need to be vetting these organizations. Who's the owner? What type of operation have they run? What services are they providing? Why are they entitled to exemption status or non-taxable status? And more importantly, what kind of revenue are they collecting from these buildings? Most of these properties have been given to these people who own these buildings. And they've been given money to do all the rehab, do all the restructuring, and then they're going to be given a tax exempt tax. This is crazy. Anyway, my vote is yes to table, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for opening the eyes, actually. I think we need to look at all the tax-exempt nonprofit that own the buildings, and we do a reassessment, because we could be leaving revenue out there by exempting those nonprofit with tax exempt. And definitely we need more discussion on this item. My vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely total in agreement with my council colleague. I think that especially now with a lot of nonprofit that they're getting into the education field in their own buildings, we have to look deep into those types of payment, and we're planning to, but we definitely need more discussion at the next workshop, and my vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
My rule of thumb is when you have doubts and there's no clarity or definitives, then you take it off the agenda until further clarification. My vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
I thought I was going to have some rest tomorrow morning, but tomorrow I'm going to be visiting the office of the tax assessor, Mr. Richard Mara. I see an operating agreement here that has a lot to say. But, if I own 20 buildings and I go to rent to the nonprofit and then come back to the city and purge taxes because I'm getting full rent, I don't think that's fair for the taxpayers of the city of Paterson that is paying taxes in the city of Paterson. So I got to analyze that a little bit more. Hopefully, if it's day right, we move forward. Not, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam President?
So, although I understand, and respect every council member here, and specifically to Councilman Jackson, who's in the first ward, who requested, for this item to be removed, I would be remiss if I didn't say that this was a discussion that we had in finance, and that Building Hope is the entity who owns the building. And this nonprofit is based out of DC. That's a lot, that's most of the conversation that I remembered. I remember that they applied for the status, they were granted the status at the state level. And I believe that, it was the tax assessor's office who made a mistake, and this is why we're here. Respecting, although that, we don't have all of the answers for the council members today, then, I would agree that yes, I'm going to be in support of tabling the item because, every council member here, before they vote on something, they need clarification. But I do want to put on record, this was something that was discussed in finance and specific to the entity who is granted a nonprofit status at the state level, and they are based out of DC, which I believe have numerous charter schools. So with that said, my vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 50 is tabled.
Very good.
Council
So-
President, will this be for the September 7th
I'm sorry?
workshop? Will this be for the September 7th workshop? And I can arrange for Mr. Emelo to join us to answer any further questions.
Correct. And on that note, I'm going to want it to go back to Finance, and that day I will recuse myself, and I will have Councilman Jackson be part of that meeting. Okay? Okay, very well. Okay, so at this time, I am going to do this in this order. So please, council members, bear with me.
We do.
Okay? I'm going to go backwards. We're going to go item number 8 for second reading. Remember that public hearings are required for each item within the item. So with that said, Madam Clerk, please read into the record item number 8 for second reading.
Yes, Council President. Item number 8 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's ordinance designating Dover Street between 20th Avenue and Cedar Street as a one-way street northbound. Public Works Ordinance number 21034.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Council members, remember this item was discussed in workshop, first reading, and now second. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 8.
Public
Roll
hearing.
call on
I'm sorry. Public hearing is now open on item number 8.
Seeing no one, move to close.
Seeing
Second.
none, move to close by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 8.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The public hearing on item number 8 is closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 8 for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 8 for second reading approval. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Because the three are narrows, we doing this in one way. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 7 for second reading.
Item number 7 is a second reading ordinance designating East 36th Street between 18th Ave and 19th Ave as a one-way street northbound. It's a Public Works Ordinance 2103.
So moved. Again.
Moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Mendez. The public hearing is now open on item number 7.
See no, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman
Second.
Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing
Roll
on
call
item
to
number
close the
7.
public hearing on item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
This is closing the public? Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The public hearing on item number 7 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7 for second reading approval.
Item number 7 for second reading approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, I have to thank Ms. Latanya. First of all, thank you, Council President, for allowing me to move this item. For the last 2 years, I've been working very diligently with Mrs. Latanya Miller in that area, who we worked with every resident in that neighborhood, making sure it slipped through the cracks. So I have to thank Mr. Hung Chow because it slipped through the cracks. He made sure that it went through committee. He did his due diligence, and we are here now. So to that area, I'm really grateful that this is happening. You stayed the course. You were very patient, and it is here. This should have been done a while ago. So our apologies for that, but it's done. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your leadership in that area. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
One thing I have learned since I've been a councilor before that, you know, we hit the mark of going to first-class city, and the numbers had changed. We have grown a lot, but there's a lot of people that come with a lot of different culture driving to our city, and you had to see them. You know, they don't respect the double lines, they don't respect the stop sign, they don't respect when, not even a horn, everybody blow horns like maniac. You know, sometimes you need to go back to the book of driving to learn how to conduct themselves in speed over here in the city. You know, I encourage everyone that, you know, we could get some forum how to conduct themselves driving. But my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Item number 6, Madam Clerk, for the record, and just for the audience, you know, this next item, you know, is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations. Please be aware that this council does not approve handicap licenses. That comes from the state through medical records. So let us be really careful that, you know, we say that this council here approves, you know, handicap licenses, because that is incorrect. The same way also that we establish handicap parking spaces, we also do a repeal once the person has moved or passed on. Madam Clerk, item number 6 for the record. I'm sorry, for approval.
Public hearing.
No. Please read item number 6 for the record.
Okay. Item number 6 is second reading ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads.
Move.
She needs to finish. Public
I'm
Works
gonna
ordinance.
finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So 21 Auburn Street, East Side, plate number E49LNS, beginning at point 59 feet south of the southerly curb line of 12th Avenue and extending 22 feet southerly therefrom. 151 Carlisle Avenue, East Side, plate number X76LKV, beginning at a point 2.
Madam Clerk, you could just read the addresses. I don't think, correct?
We have to read. No, they need to be read into the record. I have to read them in the record.
You
It's
could just
yeah, I
read
have
the addresses, I believe. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Corporation Counsel?
I'll defer to the clerk on what her procedure is to ensure that there's an appropriate record.
We are used to just hearing the addresses.
This is not a legal question. This is, as a matter of record, whatever the clerk is comfortable with. So I'll defer to Ms. Murray.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
You got it, read.
We did it before, only the address and that's it.
Third address is 96 Harrison Street, North Side, plate number G13JR, beginning at a point 150 feet west of the westerly curb side of Summer Street and extending 22 feet westerly therefrom. 206 Liberty Street, North Side, plate number Y70MXM, beginning at point 297 feet east of the easterly curb side of Paterson Ave and extending 22 feet easterly therefrom. 466 Park Avenue on the east 30th Street side, east side, plate number Y7MXM, beginning at a point 50 feet south of the southerly curb side of Park Avenue and extending 22 feet easterly therefrom. 410 Paxton Street, west side, plate number LEYX82, beginning at a point 130 feet south of the southerly curb line of Day Street and extending 22 feet southerly therefrom. 57 Sassafras Street, east side, plate number X26EAN, beginning at a point 58 feet south of the southerly curb line of Highland Street and extending 22 feet southerly therefrom. 542 River Street, south side, plate number 688GYE, beginning at a point 211 feet west of the westerly curb side of May Street and extending 22 feet westerly therefrom. 143 Walnut Street, south side, plate number 34 kgs, beginning at a point 190 feet west of the westerly curb line of Paterson Avenue and extending 22 feet westerly therefrom. 45 Wayne Avenue West Side, plate number C28MSM, beginning at a point 116 feet north of the northerly curb side of Maple Street and extending 22 feet northerly therefrom. 34 East 20th Street West Side, plate number W76LKC, beginning at a point 414 feet south of the southerly curb line of 20th Ave and extending 22 feet southerly therefrom. 330 East 33rd Street West Side, plate number S46MRC, beginning at a point 230 feet north of the northerly curb line of 17th Avenue and extending 22 feet northerly therefrom. 88 North 3rd Street South Side, plate number 98EHG, beginning at a point 97 feet east of the easterly curb line of Clinton Street and extending 22 feet easterly therefrom. 173 North 9th Street, North Side, plate number WSM 85X, beginning at a point 54 feet west of the westerly curb line of Lily Street and extending 22 feet westerly therefrom. That's the end of the list.
Can I get a motion, please?
So
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton.
See no one on the public portion, move to close.
Public portion is open now.
Second.
Close to public portion is moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, please.
Roll call to close a public hearing on item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? I'm sorry, Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
To close the public? Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 6 is hereby closed.
Roll call, please, on item number 6.
Roll call on item number 6 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
So to the members of the public, listen, just being realistic, our entire community is being oversaturated with handicap parking spaces, but I totally understand. I'm almost tempted to fall down the stairs or some faking injury to get a plate because the parking is just horrendous in our community. And we really need to take some proactive approaches on doing some research on what are we planning to do with this parking issue. So with that being said, congratulations to everyone else on this list who no longer has to circle the block for 2 hours at night and doesn't have to park 2-3 blocks away in certain neighborhoods. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that, we all know that parking is very limited in our city, but also I would like to go back into, we used to see a lot of lists of repealing. I haven't seen that list in a very long time. I think that, and this goes directly to Madam BA, the administration. I know we got to make sure that those people that are moving out of town, we have a lot of people that are moving if we don't take those signs. So the new tenant, they start utilizing those parking spaces. We got to be mindful of that because parking is really limited in our community, in our city. And once again, for the record, we do not approve handicap. That's something that we just received the proper documentation and we have to put it on the agenda. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
And so I just want to say for the residents, and I know they're watching, they were waiting for this approval, to all the different residents that I've spoken to on this list who definitely, and I'm aware of some of your situations that you're enduring. It is not, as it's been stated by the council president and other council members, it's not for us to approve. It goes to the doctor. But personally, I know some of you that definitely need this. It is not in our purview to stop the doctor's request, and especially when you're familiar with the residents that live in the particular area that need it. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez?
I'm talking to my attorney. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I had to defend the Department of Public Works. Bob Statuto is responsible to go out there and verify how many handicaps need to be repealed. We all council member knows that. Bob Statuto from the Traffic Division goes out there and go with the list of the one that are need to renew, the one that are new. There's a landlord and tenant landlord form to waive the spot. That procedure is done perfect. The repealed list, you haven't seen it, because everybody's aware that we are going still to the pandemic. That procedure was stopped because a lot of people were sick. A lot of people, even the street cleaning was canceled. We all know that. So be with us, because that list is going to come soon as the list is compiled. Now, and I'm going to go with Council President stated, somebody went and say this and this and that. The newspaper holds whatever you write. Now the social media holds whatever they want to say, and they dump it to the council. Be my guest. The list is a public list. If you want to get sued, all right, be my guest. But we are here only complying, whatever have to be compliant. For example, medical condition. That's up to the patient and the doctor. That's Privacy Act. The doctor certification. He's the profession. He knows what he's doing. There's different disability. Motor vehicle issue the placard, and we only comply with the Disability Act. That's it. Saying that, we try to do our best to make sure that the city runs properly. But if we take the recommendation that I did in 2011 to try to bring residential parking permit citywide, I think that will alleviate the parking situation in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Kalik?
Yeah. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 6 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jackson, why don't you stay for a minute for this one? Item number 5, Madam Clerk, please read into the record.
Yes, Council President. Item number 5 is a second reading ordinance designating Carbon Street between North 7th Street and Burhans Avenue as a one-way street northwestbound. It's a Public Works Ordinance 21031.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Velez and Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 5.
So you don't want to move to close?
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to
Roll
close the
call
public
to
hearing.
close public hearing on item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez? Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing on item number 5 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 5 for approval.
Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So my hat goes off to all those council members in the DPW committee. Thank you for helping getting this through. This has been a long cry for the residents in this area. Now with the influx of so many conversions of 2-family houses to 3 and 4 or 5 family houses, parking is absolutely terrible, and both sides of the streets are being occupied. So it's the travel on these streets is becoming very, very dangerous. So thank you for these items, and please don't forget we need to visit after this Clinton and Jefferson after we do Lillian Carbon. So thank you again. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Yes. Item number 4 is a second reading ordinance designating Mercer Street between Lawrence Street and Fulton Street as a one-way street southbound. Public Works Ordinance 21030.
So move.
Second.
God, Lee,
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims.
I'm sorry.
The public hearing is now open on item number 4.
Move to close on
Amend this, Madam President.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 4. Councilwoman Cotton?
yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Public portion?
Public
Yes.
hearing.
Yeah, yes.
Madam President, the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 4 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4 for approval.
Roll call on item number 4 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want, as Councilman Jackson has stated before, there's so many areas that are so tight now, and you need to make one-ways for people to, because parkings are on both sides, but this has been a long time coming for Mercer Street between Lawrence Street and Fulton Street. That is going to be a one-way going south, meaning coming off of Fulton Street going down to Lawrence Street. That's the way that it would be a one-way. You won't be able to come up from Lawrence Street up to Fulton Street. So with that being said, thank you to my council colleagues for supporting this item for me over there by Mercer Street, which is also over there by Montgomery Park. That being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I apologize, Councilwoman Rory, to jump in. It's like I'm the chair of the committee, so sorry. But yes, I support it 150%. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Item number 3 is a second reading ordinance designating Lilly Street between North 7th Street and Burhans Avenue as a one-way street southeast bound. Public Works Ordinance 21029.
Second.
Moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open on item number 3.
Move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 3.
Roll call, close public hearing on item number 3. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 3 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Roll call to approve item number 3. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Council members, I am going to respectfully, you all had quite a few meetings where we've discussed item number 2. I think you all have been on record on numerous occasions. I'm going to ask that you know, in your closing statements, you make your statements, okay? As Mr. Joe Clark used to say, expeditiously. Madam Clerk, please please read item number 2 for the record.
Item number 2 is second reading ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 172 to be entitled Cannabis Prohibition on Non-Medical Sales or Processing, and Paterson Zoning Code Chapter Section 500-58 to be entitled Prohibited Uses, parentheses opt-out. It's an administration ordinance, number 21028.
So move it.
Second.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton? No, you didn't? Okay. And second by Councilwoman Mims.
Mims.
The Mims, second.
And Cotton?
No, she said no.
Okay.
The public hearing is now open.
Seeing none,
Item
move to
number
close.
2.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Mendez and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 2. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing on item number 2 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Council President, if you may,
Councilwoman Cotton?
let legal explain what this resolution is, because I think that they don't understand it.
Who don't understand?
People TV watching.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, council members, I really didn't want to go into a full discussion.
No, I mean.
We have
So you have to go to
I-
discussion.
the reason-
Discussion.
Huh? What?
You have to go to the discussion because you said you want to explain it.
Well,
Not me.
council members, if you, please bear
Okay.
with me. Council members, we have been discussing this item
That's right.
for quite some time. Committees, workshops, special meeting, I even tried to bring it to an emergency meeting so we can have a reconsideration, right? That didn't happen. So I'd like us to move forward.
Roll call.
This committee, this council, the majority of the council, not the full council, but the majority of the council decided they wanted to opt out, which means we will not be having any licenses at this time. We needed to take action by August 21st, and that's what we're doing, taking an action. And the action is to opt out at this time. So with that said, Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 2 for approval.
Roll call on item number 2 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, and we are taking this action, and we have been talking about this for quite some time. And the thing is that, and I always feel that everyone, and we wanted to, and we said it over and over, everyone should have a part of this. If we're gonna do this, everyone should get the benefit of it, meaning our entire city should get the benefit of it. So, and I just wanted him to explain it, but it seemed like nobody want the legal to say nothing for whatever reason. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Is this the closer to vote? Is this the closer or this is our vote?
No, this is voting.
The vote
This
to
is the
approve
vote?
it.
Okay, so before I vote, Council President is absolutely correct. There were many meetings that were held in relations to this. Opting out is not a bad thing. It allows us more time to make sure the language is right. It also allows time for the administration to do like other municipalities and have community forums. I think that would be important to hear from the community as well. There's some language in there as far as the footage, as far as hours of operation. There's other things. I don't see anything that talks about restitution as it pertains to the Black and brown community who is heavily violated, like other municipalities have, where there is an account that has been created to ensure that money is allocated and utilized for programs that can help for their rehabilitation as it relates to these particular concerns. I will go back on record to say it. Over 300,000 people applied. There's a 3-step process of vacating, dismissing, and having their records totally expunged. Only 88,000 people have been successful, and there are still others that are waiting that have not even been processed. So with that stated, we definitely need more time. And also, I want to finalize and put on the record, it was mentioned before that there was a town where the mayor vetoed, but I also want to put it on record that the council overrode the mayor's veto and said that the community is first. So with that stated, my vote is yes to opt out.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
You know, it surprised me that when they read in the ordinance, okay, we had a chapter, a code already, and it falls into to add the cannabis situation. Now, to say that is administration ordinance to opt out, that's a lie. They won 6 licenses here. Sorry, 6. How do you call it? 6 licenses each of.
No, it's up to.
Up
It's
to.
not, it's not.
Still up to, but they want it. The administration wants it. We, the council, as you heard the councilmen's their vote. As soon as I received this late May, I push it forward to put it as an opt-out without no doubts. I always say that we need to look into statistic, what the data will tell us. This will fall in place statewide, even though it was approved, but it will fall in operational statewide from next year, 2022. But we don't have real data. How this is going to be affecting our communities. So until I don't see that data, you know, from a year from now probably, and the data will speak by itself, the pro and the cons of allowing the operational part of all of them in the city is approved by the state. You could do that. You could smoke whatever you want. That's up to you. That's a decision. You're grown-up people. You know what to bring home or not to bring home. You know the education you want to give your kids or not give the education. Education starts from home. In my case, I'm not taking this personal. I'm taking it, I have a ward that's overcrowded with a lot of things, and I have to preserve the quality of life in the city, in the 5th Ward. And if it works in the 5th Ward, the quality of life, trust me, it's going to work in the whole entire city. So saying that, my vote is yes to opt out.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam President?
So, some of my colleagues, you know, talked about, you know what, I won't address any specific. I'm just going to speak on where I stand. And if you all have been watching the meetings, you realize that I even last week tried to bring in a reconsideration. And as you all can see, that this measure is most likely going to pass because every council member has voted in the affirmative. My take to this is that when I said I wanted for us to consider the up to, we, the council, put in place legislation to indicate that we, the council, would be the ones to approve, up to. We, the council, would be the ones to approve the renewals. We, the council, all of this would come back to the council. So with that said, I wanted to opt out of the retail portion because that's the one that we really do not have all the answers for. But I can't say that I'm going to be about the community. Because I am for the community is that I said we needed to create more revenue streams. And actually, not we, but the administration is the one that needs to put this forth. I thought about jobs. I thought about ratables. I thought about we have an underground market already. Those underground markets are the ones that are lacing the cannabis, the weed out there. That's what's killing our children and our adults. That is what's creating the addiction. No, it is not cannabis. So when I hear people discuss on the other side, not on this side, to say that it kills people, that you overdose over marijuana, you know, that there's no scientific, there's no doctor. The doctor that sent me the message said, what is being said on the public portion is incorrect and not factual. So I took the other route. I went to visit. I held meetings. I held a meeting with our vice president, and we agreed to disagree respectfully. But I took a stance, and I cannot now say, oh, I understand that the council has taken their action by today's vote. I still stand on that I wanted us to move forward because we had the last say. So moving forward, again, to me, it was about revenue streams, it was about jobs, it was about ratables, it was about getting monies put aside for more recreation, for public safety, for so much more, for creating those jobs that have the 401ks and the insurance, which a lot of our jobs in our city that do come here do not provide 401ks, do not provide insurance. So, you know, council members, understood your position, I'm taking mine, and, you know, I cannot, you know, this is not, I wanted us not to opt out, and so at this time, my vote is no.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 nay, 2 absences. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, last item on the agenda, number 1.
The last item on the agenda is second reading ordinance banning cannabis use in public places, amending and supplementing Paterson Code, Chapter 113, Article 2, entitled Consumption in Public, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. It's an administration ordinance, 21027.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. Actually, before, I know that Councilwoman Cotton requested the floor and Councilman Mendez, but do we have to take action on item number 1, being that you opted out of?
No.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, yes.
This is
I'll
just
tell
a
you why.
legislation.
Okay, wait, 1 second. I was addressing the administration,
Go ahead.
not the council. So, Corporation Council. I asked a question. My colleagues were trying to answer, but I wanted you. Since we took action number 2, which was, and the council decided to opt out of all licenses at this time, I was stating, and actually, you don't even have to answer that, because of the illegal smoking that's going on right now, because it's not legal to smoke. So,
yes, but then you cannot smoke on the park, public places.
Cannabis is legal in the state of New Jersey.
You cannot drink beers in the
76% of the people in Paterson voted to support and approve the legalization of cannabis. I understand that. What's not legal right now, you can't go by, unless it's medical, you cannot go by in the streets. That's what I mean by it's not legal.
Yeah, the thing is that consumption in public, well, anything that is consumption public, like a park, like 20 feet away from a building, a public building.
But we have an ordinance in place already in the state in terms of
It's already
smoking.
legal, smoking in the street. It's already legal.
No.
Wait,
The cannabis word is not legal.
Can I, let me complete this statement. We have an ordinance already in place for no smoking. You can't smoke in the parks. You can't smoke inside, you know, in restaurants. You can't, there's already an ordinance in place. Why are we having an additional cannabis in public when you can't smoke cigarettes?
Because I want to be specific also in the word
So why not make an amendment to the ordinance that we have in place to just
That's what
add
we're
that?
doing, amending that. Ladies and gentlemen, it
is that.
says ordinance banning cannabis is already an amendment. It's not in the
Okay,
title.
1 second. Corporation Counsel, please answer that for me.
Council President, thank you. What is your specific question? Do we need this ordinance or?
Correct. If we already have in place an ordinance that indicates that there's no smoking in public places, that, you know, we already have an amendment. If we, an ordinance, all we need to do is just amend to add the word cannabis to the existing. So I'm asking you, why are we doing something separate?
So if you look at the ordinance itself, it's number one, it's amending and supplementing Paterson Code, Chapter 113, Article 2, entitled Consumption in Public. So essentially what we are doing is amending the existing code to include cannabis in public.
Correct.
It doesn't.
We're doing that.
But I'm sorry, if I may, Madam
Okay,
President.
Councilman Mendes.
Can you explain, Corporation Counsel, it's already against the law smoking in public park, because we're sending a wrong message. I'm just trying to, I want to make sure that are fully understanding what we have in front of us. It's an amendment to what we have already, because it's my understanding that it's against the law already. And it's been against the law, but nobody enforced it over here in Paterson.
Right.
Just nobody care, but.
Can you
Madam-
please answer that,
Madam-
Corporation Counsel?
Madam President?
Corporation Counsel, can you please answer Councilman Mendes?
Absolutely. So out of an abundance of caution, given that cannabis is now legal in New Jersey, we have the prerogative to make it clear that it's banned in public places. And that's what this amendment does, along with smoking. And you're right. I mean, you know, council, there are certain provisions that ban smoking in public generally, but we wanted to amend our own code to make sure that cannabis in public, as per Councilman Velez's request, specifically cannabis would be banned from consumption in public.
But my point, Corporation Counsel, I want to be clear with what you're saying, with your statement, because it could be it could be cannabis, it could be anything. Smoking in public is against the law. The smoking in public park, it's already against the law. I don't want to send the wrong message out there. It's already against the law. It doesn't matter what you smoke. It's against the law.
Yeah.
So this doesn't add, it doesn't bring anything into.
I believe.
I just want to make sure that we get that clear.
The Clean Air Act, you're right, does ban smoking,
Okay.
but we have our own ordinance, and we wanted to make sure that our own ordinance was updated and consistent with the developments in cannabis. It's not mutually exclusive. You can have a state statute banning in public, and we can also have our local ordinance as well.
Okay, very well. So we're gonna go with MIMS, and then we're gonna do, of the public hearing, okay?
Move to
And
close.
then we'll close.
No more?
So I think the dialogue is great, and one of the things I just want to put on record to caution, in addition to what's already been stated, is that the state law, we know there's a smoking ban policy across the board, so they can't smoke in these areas. But we also have to caution that in the state regulation that was just passed in AR Bill 51, in that language, it talks about 6 ounces of marijuana where they can't even be stopped or addressed. You can't, right, so that's not even addressed in here. So I think we should be cautious about this particular item. I know it's here, and I know it's just me,
you wanna pull it, you can
but
pull
I
it.
think we should remove it for now, because as a municipality, we can't override the state anyway. And the state
So
has
you-
some clear regs as
Councilwoman
to
Mendes,
what.
are you making a motion?
I'll
to
make a
remove
motion
it?
to remove.
I second the motion.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, we're not going to no longer discuss this. There's a motion to remove this item, revert it back to first reading. So with that said, it's moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Mendes. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to table item. Actually, it'll revert back to.
Council President, we are in the second reading already.
Yeah,
Correct.
Right, correct. And I don't see any reason for removing this item.
But
Councilman, every other cities has done the same legislation.
So Councilman Kalik, just like we
They haven't done
entertained,
that.
Councilman Kalik, just like we entertained, there was a council member who had a concern, and there was a motion and a second. I'd like to also give the same to Councilwoman Mims at this time. Nobody's saying this isn't coming back, just at this moment. It's moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by, who was the second? Councilman Mendes. Roll call to table item number 2.
Roll call on item number 1.
I'm sorry, number 1.
To be tabled, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
So, thank you, Madam Clerk. I think it's very imperative that we do acknowledge the fact that this newly created statewide law is going to have people, functioning in different ways. Not that it will make any difference, because law enforcement has been, alarmingly concerning. You can ride a bike. Just today I saw people just riding motorcycles on the sidewalk. So now we're gonna be expecting, you know, officers to enforce these smoking laws. But I think that the council still has to do its job to put these items on the books. I do understand Councilwoman Mims and Mendez would like to make some additional alterations, but I'm in support of this because I think that it's necessary for us to create the laws in spite of the fact that they're not being enforced. But that's not the council's job. We need to do our jobs, and that's to create laws that protect the public's best interest. And I think that this definitely needs to be added to the list along with a few other items. So my vote is no to table.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When the constituents hear that cannabis is legal, they're thinking they could smoke it anywhere. That's first thing will come to the mind. Let me roll up a joint. Let me walk around the street like the way I smoke cigarette. I'll smoke a joint too. What this does is clearly ban them from smoking in public. So I think this is a necessity. We have medical marijuana already in Paterson. I think we should have done it more than a couple of months ago, last year probably, this legislation. And definitely, I think we should move forward with it and not table it. My vote is no to table item number 1.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that we have to be very careful of the message that we send over there. My point, Councilman Kalik, it's already against the law smoking in the park. It's against the law smoking out there. Now, the problem that I have is that we're not enforcing the law that we already have in the book. We're not. So we have to be more serious about what are we going to do by people going into the park and feel that they could smoke openly and they could do whatever they want without affecting other people. And I take this very personally because I used to go to Eastside Park to do track with my little one. And I stopped going because people feel that they could smoke anywhere they want. And I've been having conversation with the director and with everybody. And I called and I said, listen, we got to keep hammering this. It's already against the law. We're not creating nothing new, Councilman Kalik. That's my point. I'm against people smoking out there. I don't care what you do with your personal life. You could do, your life is your life, you're on your own. But don't affect other people in the community. Don't go out. I don't smoke personally. I don't smoke cannabis. I respect whoever does it, but don't come and do it in my yard, affecting my children, my family. That's my point. We're not creating anything new with this legislation. That's my point, that's my position. If later on you guys feel that you want to vote on this to make us feel good, fine. The biggest problem that we have with this administration are not enforcing the law that we have in the book. I'm getting so many calls. East 29th Street between 10 and 11. A senior family that live right next to. People smoking left and right. I call the police, I call the chief, and I tell them, you know that it's against the law. What they doing is smoking over there. They don't care. So my point is that we should focus into what are we going to do to enforce the law that we already have in the book, because we're not creating anything with this. If you want to bring it later on, I got no problem. Our vote is yes to table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So for me, and I agree what has been stated, but one of the things I don't think that we understand is that statewide is legal, but federally it's not legal. And there are so many parameters around it. There's already a law in place for smoking. It's already in place. We have to be careful with this law that we're trying to put in place that contradicts the state law and also contradicts what's federally available. So for me, I have to stick with my convictions because I have read the Senate and the Assembly bill, and I know this law is not going to stick. So we're going to put this forward. It's not going to stick. So my vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez?
See, I'm not a doctor of law, but probably I could read a little bit more into what I'm trying to put in place here. The corporate counsel spoke about the first whereas, yes, in public parks, et cetera, et cetera. The second whereas says Smoke-Free Act, and says providing any municipality may authorize smoking-free air act indoor smoking exception for certain cannabis use, but is not obligated to do so. Now, if you go to, because this code is in the book, so since when, okay? But now what we're doing is, if you look at the whole, see, people live titles only, or they didn't look into discoveries, okay? So you go to chapter 113-23, public consumption restricted, permit, no person should consume alcohol. Now we add in the alcohol beverage, now we add in the word cannabis. On any public street, sidewalk, parking lot, roadways, pathway, playground, parks, or quasi-public areas, any other public property, howsoever within the city, in any hour or any other day. Now, I could keep on for alcohol in such areas, like the same way. The alcohol, the beer, the liquor is legal. But you cannot take a bottle of liquor and a bottle of beer, Hennessy's or whatever brand you want to put, take it to the park. You cannot expose our children having people drinking in the park alcohol, especially if you're going to add it if it's a sex offender or whatever. You know what's going to happen, right? So now we add in the word cannabis to make sure that, okay, it's legal, but you are restricted to do it in parks where kids goes. Would you like to see a kid playing in a playground when somebody's smoking cannabis? Because now you cannot say marijuana. You know, it's a cannabis. So were you allowed to have, it's in the rules, 25 smoking act, 20 feet from the public building, etc. We added a legal part to make a legal part of the wording cannabis to make sure that all areas are covered. Over here in the ordinance says tobacco or any other product of tobaccos. Okay? Now we're adding cannabis that is a product of a leaf that grows what? So, you know, we want to make sure that our kids, our seniors, is not subject to go in a park and have somebody smoking next to it, and now you don't have a senior or a kid in the park, or you have a front of a house restricted. You have to see a video.
Councilman?
I get so excited when I see, because I'm the boots in the ground. You have to see the video. A residence on the first ward, and they was out there, Councilman, I don't know if you got that complaint. Call the cops. 100, 200 people sitting in his porch, and he cannot even say, move out of my porch, I want to sleep. So you imagine we don't have ordinance in a place to address his quality of life issue. So, and once again, you could smoke whatever you want. Still the rules are not set, Council President, still the rules are not set in the state level. They want us to set the rules, for they could say, oh, that's why they accepted, so let's go with it. No to table. Let's take the horn to the torch or whatever to the bull.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam President?
So, you know, council members, sometimes it's just, it really makes me wonder. So, when a council member asks for something to be tabled because they want, you know, more clarification, concern, something came up. Yeah, we discussed it, workshop. Yeah, we discussed it in first reading, right? But it is now when finally some people say, wait a minute, this is going to become a law, okay, or this amendment is going to take place after 20 days after we decide. And a council member wants to table it, it doesn't mean that they're not in agreement. It's saying, I want more information. It is our job, especially if we're sponsoring something, to convince the colleagues. This is what we do. We work as a team. We should be able to agree and disagree, okay? And, you know, I am in agreement. I'm in agreement that we should table it. Why? Because there was a few council members that had additional concerns. So there's nothing wrong with that. So when a council member asks me to table something and there's a second, we take a motion and you can put forward yes or no. So at this time, I am saying yes to table to give my colleagues who want some more explanation to be able to have those council members who are supporting this to move forward and convince your colleagues to do so. With that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 4 yeses, 3 nays, 2 absences. Item number 1 is hereby tabled.
Okay, and I'm not going to give it a date yet because it's gonna revert back to first reading. Am I correct, Corporation Counsel? It reverts back to first.
Okay.
All right, I'll let you know the date later on.
Motion.
Okay.
So can I have a motion to close this regular meeting?
Second.
Move to close by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Mendez.
Third.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, August 17th.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, August 17, 2021. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Everything I need to say, I wrote it down, council members. I just want to say thank you to everybody who helped me sponsor with Hearts of Hannah, Paterson Cares. We had miniature golf in Barber Park for 3 days, and I want to say thank you to all the sponsors. And it was in honor of my late husband, Eddie Cotton. We did miniature golf. I just want to say to the community, you know, I know that I would like to bring things into the park, bring things into the city, but it's really not cheap to do stuff like that. For those 3-day event, it costs over $4,000 to bring miniature golf to our city for 3 days. I want to thank everybody who helped me with that. I thank all my sponsors. I'm having a meeting tomorrow on Hamilton Ave at 153 Hamilton Avenue at the church for all residents on Hamilton Avenue, Godwin Avenue, and Summer Street. Please come out. It's at 6:30. We're going to have the police chief there, the police director. So 153 Hamilton Avenue, it's at the church there. Please come out. I just want to say to everyone out there who help us reach our number count, we reached that count. I want to say to the mayor and to his wife and to everyone out there who help us get to that number. You know, the rumors was out there that we didn't make our number, we didn't make our number, we didn't make our number. We made our number. Now we just going to wait and see what we're going to be able to get with reaching our numbers. We knew for a long time we were at that number, but we weren't able to do that. I also want to say to Madam BA and tree stumps, I got so many of them that I need to get removed, please. I think that we need to start a list somewhere of tree stumps that need to be removed. Also, Sunday before Labor Day, September 5th, our 26th annual Days of the Baby, 26 years. I have been with them for the last 12 years. My other Councilwoman Ames, has been with them. Please, September 5th, Montgomery Park, 26th annual Days of the Babies, with Nation of God and Men Stand Up, and myself, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Also want to say that I have joined in with Jamie Bland, our Jumpstart Community Training. We have started a program. Please, if you need to call me for any information you're hearing about me, hearing about this, we're offering community training for those who need to help take care of their elderly parents or someone in their family that is elderly, that the federal government has decided to help fund some of the programs. We were able to get it in the 4th Ward with the help of Jumpstart, and that is to help you take care of family members that you need to take care of. Also, our partnership with Sea Lion for those in the area, in the community who needs to see, who need help in mental illness. It's at 147 Montgomery Street. If you or someone in your family that you know that needs some help and you would like to bring them in, please. 147 Montgomery Street is called Sea Line. Also, I want to say too that we're going to have we're having a holiday we're having a family day at Amnesty Park on Wheeling Avenue this Saturday from 1 to 4, and that's with the Brown family, and they're sponsoring that. My last thing I need to say is that I started a foundation for my husband, Ed Cotton, and what I wanted to do with this foundation, being able to raise money. My husband did so many activities, and we want to show young people there's many ways that you can make money, and whether that's umpiring, refereeing, doing something, helping you take the police test, helping you take the fireman's test, helping you study, helping you get those. In order to get all those things, what I'm talking about, you need money. And you get money, and I raised some money with my foundation under my husband's name because I know everything that he's done to help everyone else in the community to be able to get to that level. There's legal ways of making money. You don't have to be on the corner. You chose to be on the corner, but you don't have to be. And I'm going to have, with this Ed Cotton Foundation, help you show a way that you can make a good living without doing what you're doing on the corner with that. With that being said, I want to wish everyone happy Labor Day coming up. Make sure you visit the falls. And if anything that I've said you need to call me, please do. I have my secretaries here. Just call me. I was trying to go
Your
late.
vote.
Your vote.
That was fast. Thank you, everyone. But God bless you all out there. Thank you for watching us tonight. God bless you all.
Your
Madam
vote.
Clerk,
Your vote.
my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council President. We had 54 items on the agenda, and we are done by 11:12, which is great. Thank you, Councilman Ala Abdulaziz, for not being here. Usually, we blame Councilman Velez for delaying the meeting, but I think he did a great job tonight. And everyone have a good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely will be brief. We're finishing before midnight, which is great. Outstanding job, Madam President. But let me just take this time to thank Bethel Church and Reyes 270 East 19. We conducted a beautiful giveaway. We was giving food. It was a food distribution drive today. It was amazing. It was amazing to see so many people. And I had the opportunity to have a great conversation and just keep getting information of the community to be able to help my constituent in a better capacity. Also, let me just thank the Eastside Neighborhood Association for the great event just at the park. It was an amazing event. I finally got the time to get there and have a great time and greet some of the residents of the Third Ward. But it was a beautiful event. I'm looking forward to see that happening again. We let all my community know about the next food drive through my social media. And once again, to all the Third Ward residents and the entire city of Paterson, thank you for just keep reaching out to me every time there's a problem and just keep sending me those pictures because it's been helping me a lot by being able to get in contact with the administration or some of the director. I think that through the chair to Madam BA. Madam BA, I was very clear on the Finance Committee meeting about my concern of us not enforcing the law and making sure that we provide the services that we're getting into our community. Recycling is still been a humongous problem in the city of Paterson. People take the recycling out and they stay there for 1 or 2 days. I've been having conversation with the supervisor. They're still saying that they don't have enough manpower, that they need more help. Please look into that. I mentioned Roselli, East 31st Street. They're supposed to pick up the garbage on Thursday. During the weekend, throughout the weekend, that garbage was out there. It's just unfair for a Pattersonian. It's unfair for a taxpayer that pay taxes in the city and just asking for basic service. Because if we go into police response, it's another layer of problem. So please look into that. I mean, our taxpayers are suffering, and this city is in serious problem because we're not enforcing the law that we have in the book. Look what we have over here. We're just talking about a discussion about not smoking. It's against the law of smoking in public. It's against the law of smoking in the park. Doesn't matter where you smoke. But the problem, Madam BA, is that this administration is not enforcing the law that we have in the book. Let's talk about that. We've been getting a lot of resources. Let's put those resources in place to help Paterson, to move our city in the right direction. And let's hold people accountable for the job that they're supposed to do. Our taxpayers, they're not asking for more. They're just asking this administration to please pick up my garbage, please pick up the recycling, please clean the street on the schedule. That's all they're asking for. And to my residents in the Third Ward and in the entire city, those that are sending me texts, my job, this is what I could do. This is my position. As a legislator, I have to just send a message to the administration, related to the administration, and try and holding them accountable for the job that they're supposed to do. Because they're getting the resources that they need. They got the budget on their hands. Now the ball is in their court. I'm going to keep talking about this until we find a solution. And last but not least, Madam President, I'm sorry, I'm just going to mention this because I hear, the word nonsense about what happened in the park. And let me just say this. I'm going to say this because I have permission to mention this. What happened in the park on Sunday, Because of that, my aide started receiving threat in social media. Some family member of the aggressor is paying $10,000 for people to send the address of my aide. What that tell you? That's a straight threat. The FBI and the police department, they got all that information. My 2 assistants that attend to the park, they both received threat. We're not gonna divide this community. My job is gonna continue serving my resident of the third ward, my Jamaican, my Latino, my African American, everybody in the third ward. But we gotta bring unity in our community. I'll continue praying for our city, but we as an elected official and leader, we have to look how we conduct ourselves. God bless you, Paterson, and God bless each and every one of my colleagues. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
Councilwoman Mims, before you vote.
Okay.
After you took 10 minutes, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman Mims.
So, to the community at large, last week, I had a previously scheduled engagement, so I was not able to be at the special meeting, which I made sure that I gave it to the council to know. Today, statutory committee met. I was not able to attend. I had a funeral today, so, and I reached out to every member and the chair as well. And it is always my due diligence for committee meetings and for scheduled meetings to be here unless I'm on vacation or there are some other occurrences. There's so many deaths, so many people that have passed. To name them would just be, it would be numerous, but I'm praying for our entire community. I really pray for peace in our community. There are a lot of shootings that are taking place. Even while we're sitting here, my phone is ringing from incidents that are taking place on tonight. And I'm praying for unity and peace in our community. What the root of all of what's going on, it varies. But at the end of the day, we have to learn how to deal with conflict resolution, how to deal with it in peace, how to deal with it in love, and work on doing a better job at that. There were so many wonderful events throughout the weekend. We had the gospel healing event. Jamie Bland, Nan, and her entire team did a phenomenal job. Then down at the bottom was the Jazz in the Park. It was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, all the different local artists, there were famous people that came through. It was just awesome. Like, and just so many events that are happening. And I encourage the community at large, I know we're still in a pandemic, that we would adhere to safety regulations and protocols, but if you can try to attend some of these events, it would be great. Also, the school district is having return to school forums, which I think are really important. Tonight was the first one, but please, parents, attend these meetings, listen to what they have planned to make sure there are safeguards in place for your children, ask questions, make recommendations. But there's over 28,000 children in our Paterson Public Schools, and as a former school board member, the participation of parents that were involved was very low. So I'm encouraging our parents to definitely get involved to make sure that your children are safe, returning into those buildings and returning amongst their peers. If that is a decision that is finalized and made, but make sure, talk to your commissioners and talk in general. Just in closing, I'm really happy that we are now considered a first-class city. That is great news. There's so many great things that come along with it. It was a lot of hard work by a lot of people. And, you know, I laughed because 2 years ago, we were at Paterson Arts and Science Charter School Technology, and I remember the book being introduced, Paterson Counts. The count was there, and we were there, and they were cheering. The students were there, and then we were back there today to announce that we exceeded our goals. So it was really great. So great job to the mayor, great job to all involved. I mean, it was such a team effort across the board. Passaic County exceeded their goals. And it's just great. So I know there'll be parties all over the place. We'll be getting a lot of great resources, and we definitely need them. So Paterson, God bless you. Praying for our city, the city of righteousness. We can do it because we're better together. Madam Clerk, you're doing a great job. We're praying for our Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, is doing a great job in her absence, but we continue to pray for Madam Clerk and her family and to all of our secretaries. We really appreciate what you do. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez.
Okay, let me see. First of all, I want to thank the Liga Costambar. They had a tournament, softball tournament cup this past weekend, and they took the opportunity to dedicate it to under my name. Thank you to all the softball players that was there and the support that I received from them. It was a nice tournament and a peaceful one at the Marshall Play. You know, there was a young lady that calls me because her niece was diagnosed with leukemia July 8, 2021. You know, her name, that little girl named Zoe Estrada, and they cannot do a birthday party to just preserve the health of this young lady, this young girl, baby. I call her baby when I grab her in my to hug her. And this past August 14, we did a birthday caravan parade. I want to thank the Paterson Fire Department with the leadership of Brian McDermott, the Paterson Police Department with Lieutenant Sharon Easton, Community Policing. I want to thank also Richard Bernick, the Sheriff of the Passaic County Sheriff Department, also the constables of the city of Paterson, and all those individuals that did the drive-by through her house and drop off gift, everything. And not only that, the parents was giving waters and cookies and candies to those that was passing by. So happy birthday, Zoe Entrada. God give you health. I know that God is the God of miracles, and I believe on that. I'm not going to take that much time. I don't hear the bell, but I know I'm under my 2 minutes. The young lady that you see here sitting down, she is Viviana Jimenez. She asked me that the meeting is over, and I said, yes, it will be over in a minute. We're just giving reports. But she said, but my item is not being read, and she don't understand the process. Your item was approved as a constable of the city of Paterson, but it was put in the consent agenda. That means that it's a lot of items in one section, everyone will do one vote, and everybody's approved whatever is in that section of the agenda today. So congratulations, Viviana Jimenez. Okay, I know you're gonna do a great job out there as a constable and giving back to the community. As you are already certified in another level of security, you're going to do a good job as a constable. So saying that, Council President, thank you for the opportunity. Hopefully we revisit again and have Corporate Counsel do the doctorate analysis of the law in the ordinance of public smoking, and we could get a consensus that we could move forward, that the city of Paterson deserve the best of the best. Okay, so we came out early, Council President. You did a great job, and trying to hold and compose. Council Ruby Cotton did a great job in an announcement. No, you're great, Councilwoman.
Councilman.
So, I know. Good night. God bless you all. Peace. Give God help to your family and everyone around. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam President.
So I'd like to begin by just thanking my colleagues, to the administration, to you, Deputy Clerk, filling in for Madam Clerk. I as well have had her and her mother and family in prayer. Sophia, I know you get pushed. You couldn't even have lunch today, but I really appreciate all the work that you have been doing to assist, our Deputy Clerk. To the audience, I want to first and foremost apologize to fellow Patersonians who invited me to different events today. The Passaic County Department, Passaic County Commissioners, along with the Friends of Passaic County Parks, sponsored their yearly Passaic County Fair. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I worked every single day. Anthony DeNova, you did a wonderful job along with our commissioners and so forth. So it was beautiful. All 4 days was packed. It was one of the best, and I've been part of the Passaic County Fair for over 20 years. So once again, I apologize for all those who invited me and I was not able to be there. I wanted so bad to be part of the Jazz Festival, but unfortunately, that couldn't happen. You know, again, to the family of, you know, Nellie Selly, and I say this here, I knew her well, worked with her on many initiatives, but I wanted to publicly just say once again that, you know, our condolences to her, specifically to in your department. I know that Ms. Dassel Tillos was very close to her and other individuals as well. So once again, you know, my condolences. Paterson, thank you. Good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The regular meeting of August 17th, 2021 is hereby adjourned.
Councilwoman Cotton said we don't have